Section 17 of Oracles of Nostradamus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ernst Schnell. Oracles of Nostradamus by Charles A. Ward. Section 17. French Revolution. The Vulgar Advent. 1.160. Century 6, Quatrain 74. La déchassée au règne tournera, ses ennemis trouvés déconjurés. Plus que jamais son temps triomphera. 3 et 7 ans à mort trop assuré. Footnote on déchassé. Romans, déchassé, driven away. Translation: She who was proscribed will return to the kingdom. Her enemies will be treated as conspirators. More than ever, her time or empire will triumph. 73 years its deathly domination is assured. The revolution, La Déchassée, repressed in 1816, shall again obtain the government. Its enemies will be treated as conspirators, and it will be stronger than ever. 73 years are assured to its death-like rule. I give this as Monsieur Le Pelletier does, but I see no reason whatever to think that it is correct. Garancière makes it apply to Charles II of England, and the 73 put to death are those who abetted the murder of his father. This is very vague. Garancière reads Le Déchassé. Here we may remark that Napoleon himself, page 289, dates his nobility from the Battle of Montenotte, 1797. 73 years added to this yields us the remarkable date of the fall of his dynasty at Sedan, 1870. Century 1, Quatrain 3, September 22nd, 1792. 1.162. Quand la litière du tourbillon versée et seront face de leur manteau couvert, la République par gens nouveaux vexés, l'or blanc et rouge jugeront à l'envers. Footnote at verser. Verser for renverser. Footnote at manteau. In this high wind of revolution, men will mask their countenance with a cloak of hypocrisy. Footnote at vexé. Latin vexata, troubled. Translation: When the litter is turned topsy-turvy by the typhoon, men will mask their faces with a cloak of hypocrisy. The Republic will be troubled by new-risen men, the white and red will judge by contraries. This means that the Royalists, les Blancs, and the Republicans, les Rouges, will judge of everything from utterly opposed points of view. What was top will become bottom, when the blast blows the litter over. And new men rising to power, the rest will cover their faces with hypocrisy, as men do with their cloaks in a storm. Compare the phrase à l'envers with page 175. Century 2, Quatrain 30, 1.163. Un qui les dieux d'Hannibal infernaux fera renaître effrayeur des humains, en que plus d'horreur, ne plus pires journaux, qu'avant viendra par Babel aux Romains. Footnote on onque. Onque, never, nunquam. Footnote on ne. Romans, ne, ni, nor. Footnote on Romain. The order is qu'avant onque plus d'horreur ni plus pire à Babel qu'il n'aviendra aux Romains par les journaux. This is Monsieur Le Pelletier's reading, and he interprets it of Voltaire, the encyclopedist and journalist of the 17th century, who assailed the faith and the Church of Rome. But surely the one like Hannibal was Napoleon, and the journaux in this old speech does not stand for journals and newspapers that had no existence and therefore no name in the time of Nostradamus. Journal meant a day's work, such as could, in ploughing, be done by a man with 2 oxen. End footnote. Translation: There will be one who will revive the infernal gods of Hannibal, a terror to mankind. Never arrived by Babel more horror, nor worse day's work than will fall upon Roman Catholics. The meaning is, Napoleon shall arise, who will reawaken the solemn curse on Rome uttered by Hannibal when he called the infernal gods to witness his hatred to her, to the terror of all mortals. Not Babel at the dispersion brought on the world more horror, nor days of more evil plowing for the present, or seed sowing for the future, than shall fall upon the Roman world by him. This is much better than to limit it to an ecclesiastical area merely. We shall see that Charles V is a sort of prototype of Napoleon, and Garancière adduces Charles V as fulfilling this prophecy. Hannibal is also prototype of Napoleon in attacking Italy by crossing the Alps. Century 1, Quatrain 14, 1789 to 1793, 1.164. De gens esclaves chansons, chants et requêtes captifs par princes et seigneurs aux prisons, à l'avenir par idiots sans test, seront reçus par divine oraison. Footnote on par, Latin, per whilst. Footnote on par, Latin, pro, for. Translation: Songs, chants, and refrains of the slavish mob, whilst the princes and king are captive in prison, shall be received in the future as oracles divine by headless idiots deprived of judgment. Songs such as the Marseillaise while the king and princes are imprisoned in the temple, songs of the mob, gens esclaves, are received by brainless fools for divine utterances, even prayers. Divine oraison. Vox populi, vox Dei is always the fool's blasphemous formula when swine chose Barabbas for pontifex or generalissimo. A cruelly entreated people whose burdens are aggravated by wickedness in high places, needlessly, above and beyond the grief which every man is born to by the act of birth into a world of sickness, sorrow, and injustice, sighs heavily at this unduly heaped up burden, and that sigh, that vox populi, runs upward like a lightning conductor to elicit fire from the clouds, coming back charged with electricity and thunder. A vox Dei of terrible divinity. But when scum rises to the direction, as with the revolutionists, and is followed by some brutalized sabreur, aggrandizing himself as king of chaos and disorder, with shouts of subservient applause from the smutty mob, saying, "Herod, thou art a god," the vox populi that split the welkin once, is now the vox infernorum demonum, the whole upspring and outcome of which is bestiality and lawlessness, enthroned in defiance of the Decalogue in heaven. Thenceforth the appeal of all good men and sane is, "Ye who worship God, good and alone from eternity, down with them." The men must work and serve. This fiat is in the air, is in the sea, is in the earth. It is the vox naturae, by comparison with which the people's voice, vox populi, is nothing, beyond a momentary troubling of the silences. The following quatrain I give for what it may be thought worth. M. Le Pelletier thinks it to relate to the creation of assignats, December 19th, 1789. It would be a pity to lose sight of his identification, if even some should presume it to be incorrect. Century 1, Quatrain 53, December 19th, 1789, 1.165. Là qu'on verra grand peuple tourmenté, et la loi sainte en totale ruine. Par autre loi toute la christianté, qu'en d'or d'argent trouver nouvelle mine. Translation: Alas, how great a people shall tormented be, and holy law in utter ruin laid. By newer laws all Christendom is vexed, with a new mine of gold and silver found. We shall see, alas, the French people, grand peuple, agitated, the Catholic religion, la loi sainte, totally ruined, all Christendom put under new laws, when the National Assembly decrees that 400 million assignats shall be issued, nouvelle mine d'or, etc., secured on the property of the clergy in the interest of the Revolution. Older commentators applied this to the paper money schemes of law 1716, and Garancière finds the fulfillment of the discovery of the Spanish-American gold and silver mines. A properly regulated paper money issue, based on the taxation of a state having absolutely no intrinsic value whatever in itself, could undoubtedly be converted into a circulating medium that would work more smoothly than any metallic one can, because the market value of the ore employed as now in coinage is perpetually introducing a fluctuation of values that conflicts with the nominal standard of the coin, so that the standard is never uniform. The currency required would never amount to a tenth part of the taxation leviable. Paper could therefore be destroyed at the Bank of England or issued exactly according to the needs of trade and commerce. Fluctuation in the market value of metals would no longer affect the circulating medium in the least. Thus might one cause the recurrent panics be removed forever. But can bank directors or ministers be trusted with such a responsibility? This hinges on honesty, and there is none to spare. Century 7, Quatrain 14, 1789 to 1793. 1.166. Faux exposé viendra topographie. Seront les cruches des monuments ouvertes, pullulés sectes, sans philosophie, pour blanche noire et pour antique verte. Footnote on cruche. Cruche equals urns, cinerary urns. Garancière reads urne. Translation. Topography will soon be falsified. The urns and sepulchres stand violate. Sects swarm and babbling sentiment. Black put for white and green fruit for the ripe. The curse be on them for changing old landmarks. The provinces turned into departments by decree of the Assembly December 22, 1789. The sepulchre of kings violated at Saint-Denis. Unholy sects will swarm, and the sentimental philosophy of Rousseau and other maddened sophists usurping the office of religion, black will stand for white, and green, crude fruit be substituted for the ripe. Century 4, Quatrain 24. Oui, sous terre sainte âme voix feinte, humaine flamme pour divine voilure, fera des sœurs de leur sang terre teinte, et les saints temples par les impurs détruire. Footnote on Sainte Dame. Sainte Dame I take to be equivalent to our English halidom, consisting of holy and dome, a terminative seen in kingdom and Christendom, and signifying rule or lordship. It has also been written as Holy Dame, as if referring to the Virgin Mary. Of course, if that were the correct etymology, it would furnish the exact rendering of Sainte Dame. But as it is equivalent. A voice feigning that of Blessed Virgin may well be represented by a voice feigning that of religion and faith. I take this from Garancière, and not the text type. End footnote. Translation. Hear from the ground a voice of halidom, a human flame pretending light divine. The blood of sisters stains the earth to red, and holy temples the impure destroy. This, I think, refers to the sentimental advocacy of the rights of man as substitutionary of religion and faith in the literary movement of the 18th century. It would comprise Rousseau's gospel of dirt and sentimentality, Voltaire's substitution of wit for wisdom, and the science of the encyclopedists floating disoriented upon the waters of uncertainty in lieu of the deep thought of the solitary thinkers that preceded them. These last were men who, heretofore walking humbly and without association in conspiracy, interrogated the universe divinely sown with riddles in great abundance by a hand invisible, until they fell asleep into that hand and awoke to the illuminated answers. The blood of sisters was the wholesale slaughter of women that distinguished the Revolution, whilst church altars were desecrated by naked women set there to personate the goddess of impure reason, feigning La Sainte Dame. The quatrain 25 that follows this in the text of Nostradamus I now give, but this verse 24, so far as I have seen, has never been commented upon, nor has the connection been pointed out. Yet this stanza furnishes the reasons why the stars became overclouded to a people that were benighted, par ces raisons, as the reader will perceive by the second line that succeeds this. Century 4, Quatrain 25, 1.167. Corps sublimes sans fin à l'œil visible, obnubilés viendront par ces raisons, corps qu'on comprend sans chiffre et invisible, diminuant les sacrées oraisons. Footnote to sublime, sublimis, high elevated. Footnote to obnubile, Latin obnubilare, to cloud, obscure. Footnote to comprend, Romance, comprend, compris, contained in. Footnote to sans, without. Footnote to chief equals chef, God. End of footnotes. Translation. The infinite stars are links that light to doubt and drop the pall of night upon the soul. The eye and front of man and soul grown cerebral, God and his host withdraw, and with them prayer. Monsieur Le Pelletier considers that Nostradamus attributes these effects to the reasonings hostile to the faith that improved optical instruments will introduce, as they suggest a plurality of worlds. I quite admit that in many minds this has been the tendency. Almost any discovery giving a new hint as to the infinitude launches a number of inferior but vigorous brains into new lines of reasoning. We then get great multiplication of secondary volumes which supply minced Aristotle or chaff to represent any amount of sausage meat required by the reading public. Of course, the further you can see by the telescope, the further you put heaven away from the earth dweller, and he loves it the less. For it is the near things we love, and not the remote. The heart is not universal and cannot be stretched to it. I look upon the telescope to an ordinary man as a drain-pipe, through which he can run off and lose the moisture of his soul and live the worse for it afterwards. To the multitude of men, useless; to the scientific man, a means of inflation and puffing up; and to the really serious and isolated thinker, as the threshold of infinitude that may, though it has hardly yet done so, answer a few out of the 10,000,000 astral riddles sown in space. The last named individual alone may benefit a little by it. But I question if anything at all of this was present to Nostradamus. He seems to me in these two closely interlinked quatrains to enlarge much upon the theme of St. Paul, Romans 1:28, that, as at the French Revolution they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to reprobate mind, or one void of judgment, to do things which are not convenient. So that the earth gave out deceptive voices to them, and false lights for divine light, to slay women and desecrate the temples, and then that the very stars visible to the eye, which should teach faith to all, will for these reasons veil themselves and leave nothing to mankind but the darkness of night. Pure materialism follows, God and his host withdraw, and prayer is no more heard upon the earth. Century 1, Quatrain 60, 1.168. Un empereur naîtra près d'Italie, qui à l'empire sera vendu bien cher. Diront avec quels gens il se rallie, qu'on trouvera moins prince que boucher. Translation: An emperor shall be born near Italy, bought by the empire at a bankrupt rate. You'd say the herd he gathers to himself denote him butcher rather than a prince. An emperor shall be born in Corsica, Napoleon Bonaparte. His advent to the throne of France will prove prodigiously costly to her. It is enough to make one say, from the tribe he surrounds himself with, that he is more like a butcher far, with the steel dangling at his side, and slaughtermen apprentices, than a prince. It is natural that Boyce, who has hunted Nostradamus for quatrains that will serve for adulation of Napoleon, has passed this over, sub silentio, entirely. Garancière, speaking of this, says it is a prophecy for the future, for that until now, 1672, no such emperor has been heard of, born near Italy, that cost so much and proved a butcher. Century 6, Quatrain 23, 1.169. D'esprit de règne immunisme décrié, et seront peuple émeux contre leur roi. Pain, sang nouveau, cinq lois empirées, rapide onc fut ainsi très dur à roi. Footnote on munisme, Latin, munimen, rampart. Footnote on rapide, anagram for Paris. Footnote on onc, Latin, nunquam, never. Footnote on arroi, arroi, for désarroi, disorder. Translation. The rampart of tradition battered down. The people rise against the king anoint. Peace, a new saint, and sacred laws made worse. Paris was never in such disarray. The traditions of the French monarchy are thrown to the ground, and the people rise against the king, Louis XVI. Peace will succeed the anarchy when Napoleon comes to power. Pius VII, to flatter the emperor, will interpolate the ritual of the 15th of August with a new saint, the Fête of Saint Napoléon, who was martyred under Diocletian. Footnote on Saint Napoléon. On désigne quelquefois sous ce nom un habitant d'Alexandrie, dont le véritable nom est Néopole, qui fut martyrisé sous Dioclétien. Outre ce saint, dont la vie est complètement inconnue, les bollandistes font mention d'un Napoléon brillant cavalier, neveu de cardinal Fossanuova, qui se tua en tombant de cheval à Rome en 1218. Saint Dominique, témoin de la douleur du pauvre cardinal, ressuscita le jeune homme. Napoléon reconnut ce bienfait en menant une vie fort chrétienne, et quand il fut mort, pour tout de bon, l'Église le béatifia. Toutefois, il n'avait pas sa place fixe dans le calendrier. Ce fut Pie VII qui lui assigna pour sa fête la date du 15 août, dans le but, sans doute, de plaire à Napoléon Bonaparte. Grand dictionnaire universel du XIXe siècle, par M. Pierre Larousse, Thomas 11, page 804, Paris, 1874. End footnote. The emperor's interference will hurt the church greatly, and foreign armies, 1814-1815, will reduce Paris to extremities she has never before undergone. As to the Fête of Saint Napoleon, the story runs that when it was first instituted, its impropriety, if not blasphemy, was much discussed in Catholic circles. An Irish priest from Rome was one day communicating the strange fact at a dinner table in Dublin, when an Irish gentleman exclaimed with vehemence, "What derned impudence!" No, said the priest, what you mean to call it is the Blessed Assumption, for that day falls on the 15th of August. Century 1, Quatrain 31, 1.170. Tant donc en Gaule les guerres dureront, outre la course du Castellan monarque, victoire incerte, trois grands couronneront, aigle, coq-lune, lion-soleil en marque. Footnote on tant, Latin tantum, so much. Footnote on outre, Romance, outre, beyond. Footnote on Castellan, Latin castula, tunic. It was a kind of petticoat worn by women next the skin and fastened under the breasts, which it left exposed. It stands here for the goddess of republican liberty, which is generally represented in this dress of the Roman virgins. Translation. War draws her length in Gaul for many a day beyond the course of Castula the queen. Uncertain victory will crown three thrones, the eagle, cock-moon, lion-sun, on coin. Civil war and foreign will last in France long after the ephemeral republic has perished. Victory, always uncertain, will crown three houses in succession. They will coin money with the imperial eagle of Napoleon, the revolutionary Gallic cock appearing with the House of Orleans, instituted by revolution, and adding the crescent of Mahomet for successes in Algeria, whilst the lion represents Louis XVIII and Charles X of the Capetian monarchy, with the sun representing Catholicism. Le Pelletier says the sun symbolizes Christianity and the moon Mahomet or Antichrist. Myself, I think it would be best to consider the sun as a symbol of Christ, the moon as the symbol of atheistic democracy or Antichrist. This Garancière thought to be interpretable in his time. He reads the second line, outre la course du Castellan monarque, as after the death of the King of Spain, a Castilian monarch. The eagle as Charles V, a further analogy with Napoleon. Henry II, contemporary with Nostradamus, and Soliman, which 3 crowns met under Leo with uncertain odds in war. The quatrain that follows this is Century 1, Quatrain 32. Le grand empire sera trop translaté, en lieu petit qui bientôt viendra croître. Lieu bien intime d'excide compté, où au milieu viendra poser son sceptre. Translation: The great empire will soon be translated into a little place that quickly will expand, an unworthy spot, a mere county, from the midst of which he will come to lay aside his scepter. Garancière interprets this of Charles V, who 3 years before his death resigned Spain and the Low Countries to Philip II, his son, and the empire to his brother Ferdinand. He then shut himself up in the Escorial in Castile, a monastery, which their son afterwards enlarged into a grand palace accounted by Spaniards as the 8th wonder of the world. But I am not aware that anyone has yet pointed out that it fits Napoleon as patly just as it can Charles. His empire was cramped into Elba, Italia, the Soot Island, lieu bien infime. A mere countship was his monarchy there. It soon grew again into an empire, but he only came out of its midst to resign his scepter a second time and forever. After these preclusory flourishes relating to the Vulgar Advent and French Revolution, we are now to enter upon a more special theme, the murder of the king and the ragged beggars' festival and brawl called the First Republic of the Sans-Culottes. End of section 17. Recording by Ernst Schnell.
Section 18 of the Oracles of Nostradamus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Louis XVI. We enter now upon the lamentable period comprised in the reign of Louis XVI, a period whose only parallel in history is the false and illegal trial of Charles I of England, the perfectibility of man being evinced only by the increased savagery and augmented moral turpitude exhibited at the later period. The first quatrain that has been adduced as pertaining to this period in the centuries of Nostradamus is that of Century 1, Quatrain 57, 173. Par grand discord la terre tremblera, à corps rompu dressant la tête au ciel, bouche sanglante dans le sang nagera, au sol la face ointe de lait et miel. Translation: By reason of great discord the earth shall quake. Revolt destroys the old order and lifts its head to heaven. The king's mouth will swim in its own blood, and his front, anointed with milk and honey, roll upon the sod. Notes on the translation. Par is from per, Latin, by reason of. A variant of la terre tremblera is trombe. We are told that the modern commentators find in this word the anagram of Rome by syncope of T and B, so you might in rompu by substitution of E for P and the elision of U. But as no good comes of doing either, I should suggest to leave them alone. End of notes. Tremblement de terre is earthquake, and from the time of Virgil, and much earlier than that, has been always taken to forebode convulsions of the state, disturbance of all things rooted and firm, and typifying upheavals of the populace. That it is the king's mouth shall swim in blood is shown unmistakably by the 4th line that follows, where the face is said to be anointed with the milk and honey of the holy ampulla. The kings of France were crowned at Rheims with the oil that was kept there in La Sainte Ampoule for this purpose. The milk and honey is merely a figurative expression. Oil and wine, milk and honey, equally represent the fatness of the land. Upon this quatrain, about the meaning of which he manifestly could know nothing, Garancière naively says, "The words and sense are plain, and I cannot believe there is any great mystery hidden under these words." End quote. Words put a slight upon men's minds to think they understand what they see written. From this it is clear that you may understand the words, and yet comprehend nothing from understanding them. Orators, please take note. Century 3, Quatrain 59, Boys 55. Barbare empire par le tiers usurpé, la plus grande part de son sang mettra à mort. Par mort sénile par lui le quart frappé, de peur que sang par le sang ne soit mort. Translation. The rude empire is usurped by the third estate, tiers état. It will put to death the greatest part of his, the royal family. A quarter of the kingdom is struck with senile death, for fear of retribution of death from children of those murdered. This must relate to 1789, as in no country but in France had the third estate usurped exclusive power to itself. Since that period the House of Commons in England has pursued the same lines, in a more covert, gradual, and, as some would say, lawful manner. In the Lyon edition, 1558, the second line reads mettra à mort, which makes better sense, though it spoils the rhythm, unless the a in mettra may suffer elision in old French prosody, a question I lack knowledge to determine. The quarter being destroyed as old age withers a man is to be understood analogically of the lives of citizens removed by terror, or immigration, or spoliation of property, or revolutionary taxation, or by imprisonment. Boyes tells us that sang is to be understood in Nostradamus of children, family, relatives, so that que sang par le sang here would mean lest the families of the injured should rise against the assassins of their flesh and blood. Such a reaction actually took place in the South, in spite of all the truculent precautions taken. The quatrains exhibit no kind of method or chronological order in their arrangement, so that out of the 1,000 and more that exist of them, the commentator must hunt at large until he comes upon something salient that enables him to attach the passage to some event, when often he will be led to the most extraordinary results. The usurpation by the tiers état here, with all but the very phrase supplied, and with the results that would follow from the usurpation so unmistakably set forth, fixes the pertinency of the quatrain almost as perfectly as if it had been headed French Revolution. Yet a reader of less observance and care than is requisite to stay the attention which leads to discovery might readily pass it over as jargon and mere nonsense. But once you've deciphered the quaint phrases and their connection you cannot doubt the meaning, nor the author's vivid gift of expression in conveying ideas with a terseness more than Tacitean, if less artistic. You discover that Nostradamus can hint in a phrase of 3 words what would require a long paragraph to make it explicit in an ordinary way. This is truly the language of prophecy. It becomes legible in the light of the event it prefigures, as characters written in milk upon paper become visible at the fire, or when placed in the hot light of the sun. Century 1, Quatrain 36, Boys 56. Tard le monarque se viendra repentir de n'avoir mis à mort son adversaire, mais viendra bien à plus haut consentir à ce que tout son sang par mort fera défaire. Translation. The monarch shall too late repent that he hath not put to death his adversary, but he will have to permit later on that all his family shall suffer for it by death. Taking this to be the meaning, it is clear that the adversary is the Duke of Orleans, that centre of all plotting and intrigue against Louis, who had so forgotten himself as at a public bed of justice in 1788 to shake his fist in the king's face with the most threatening expression of countenance. For this he was only sent into exile when he ought to have suffered death. In the last line, sang again stands for family and relatives. This could scarcely be plainer if the names were given, But had Nostradamus here deviated from the secret idiom of prophetic language, he would have prevented the accomplishment of what he was asserting. Things like this may be happened on by chance, if you choose to say so, but the theory reels under the constant repetition of such chances. Men whose names are prominently before the world can hardly be introduced into prophecy, but we shall see shortly that Nostradamus is able to assign names with precision, where the individuals are of lesser rank, and that their names may so pass unobserved until history has recorded them with her iron pen. Century 9, Quatrain 20, June 20th, 1791. 174. De nuit viendra par le forêt de Rennes, deux parts, Voltorte, Herne, la pierre blanche, le moine noir en gris, de Varennes, et le cap cause tempête, feu, sang, tranche. Translation 2 P 1 174. By night shall come through the forest of Rennes 2 parts, face about, the queen a white stone, the black monk in grey within Varennes. Chosen cap causes tempest, fire, blood, slice. In the translation of this, Garancière leaves the 2 words Voltorte Herne as in the original French, and does not attempt the translation. He also mistakes Rennes for Rennes, the chief town in Little Brittany. He evidently has no conception whatever of the meaning of the quatrain. Boyce and Le Pelletier differ on minor points in rendering these words. Forêt, Le Pelletier reads in Latin as fores, gate, that is, by the Queen's gate, and he quotes Thiers to show source Histoire Révolution Française 1-309, that the Queen made sure of a secret gate out of the Tuileries by which they escaped, but Boyce takes it for the forest of Rennes, which is on the road to Varennes. Deux parts is husband and wife, Voltorte or Voltorte is a crossroad, or a divergent road, Vaux, a valley, and Torte, tortuous, says Le Pelletier. One does not quite see how to educe crossroad from this. Roquefort gives volte for face, and torte would be turned, which seems to me more likely. However, it stands for the road through Saint Ménehould on the way to Montmédy. This, it seems, they were forced into by posting arrangements. Prudhomme, in Révolution de Paris, numéro 102, page 542, sets the divergence down to vacillation or change of orders. If that be the correct statement, then my etymology of face about for Voltorte fits it best. Herne is Rennes by metaplasm of H for I. It was permissible in anagrammatic writing to change one letter in a word, but not more than one. The reader can refer for this to the Dictionnaire de Trévoux under anagram. The white stone stands for this royal or precious stone, the Queen, who was dressed in white. The King was dressed in grey. Prudhomme, in the work mentioned above on page 554, says he wore a round hat which hid his face, and had on an iron grey coat, gris de fer. So he appeared like a Carmelite. There are nearly 14 octavo pages of small print, page 411, of De Boyer, which it might be well to print, called Détails du voyage du roi et de la reine à Montmédy, et leur arrestation à Varennes dans le Clermontais le 22 juin 1791, full of interesting particulars. Voltorte, quote, mais on verra que les circonstances changèrent entièrement jusqu'au moment de l'exécution de son projet, et ce qui était possible au mois de janvier 1791 ne l'était plus au mois de juin. From Mémoires du Marquis de Boyer, page 195, edited 1821. Quote, il, le roi, m'informait qu'il partirait avec sa famille dans une seule voiture, qu'il ferait faire exprès. Dans la réponse que je fis au roi, je pris la liberté de lui représenter encore une fois que la route par Varennes offrait de grands inconvénients à cause des relais qu'il fallait y placer pour supplier à la poste. J'engageai donc Sa Majesté à prendre la route par Rhin ou celle de Flandre, en passant par Chimay et en traversant ensuite les Ardennes pour se rendre à Montmédy. Je lui représentai les inconvénients de voyager avec la reine et ses enfants dans une seule voiture faite exprès et qui serait remarquée de tout le monde, etc. Source: Mémoires de Marquis de Bouillé, page 217. End of quote. This flight occurred on June 20th, 1791. On the following day, the National Assembly suspended Louis XVI from his functions. On the 1st of September, they passed another decree that should the king surrender to the will of the people and become a constitutional king, he might do so. This he duly signed and attested on the 14th of the same month. So caput fut exclu. The title of King of the French, instead of the King of France, had been established since October 16, 1789, from the Cyclopedia of Universal History, which virtually was the same thing, but yet strictly it was not until after the flight that he became élu cap. Madame Campan, in the Memoires de Marie Antoinette, 2:150, relates that the queen's hair had become white in a single night, and she had had a lock of her white hair mounted in a ring for the Princesse de Lamballe, inscribed Blanchie par le malheur. She had become la pierre plus blanche encore. Her dress was white, and her complexion too. The tranche stands for the slice or couperet of the guillotine. Boyes was amongst the first to explain this quatrain in print, and he says he owed the explanation to M. de Vaudeuil of Nevers, who has written upon Nostradamus. Century 9, quatrain 34, 177. Le part solus Marie sera mitré retour. Conflit passera sur le deuil par 500. Un trahir sera titré Narbon, et Sols par couteau avant d'huile. Translation: The husband alone afflicted will be mitred on his return. A conflict will take place at the Tuileries by 500 men. One traitor will be titled Narbon, and the other, Sols, grandfather oilman, will hand him over to the soldiery. Notes on the translation. Le part is the same word as in the last quatrain and stands here for the husband. Solus, Latin for seul. Mary or Marie is from the old word marier, s'affliger, and means afflicted, full of grief. Trahir, traitor, is from Latin traditor, traître, trahitor, trahiter. Couteau, Monsieur Le Pelletier takes as soldiers. Par couteau, per custodes. They betrayed him into the hands of guards. I think it may also mean coustiller, a soldier armed with the coustille, a short, straight cutlass. Avant, à vue, grandfather. End of notes. The harness broke at Montmirail and detained them 2 hours, page 247. The king showed himself at Châlons and was recognized by the postmaster, who held his tongue. Everything went wrong owing to the change of date and loss of time on the road. At Saint Menehould he was recognized again, and Drouet, the postmaster's son, rode on to Varennes to betray him. On the 15th of June the Marquis de Bouillé received a letter from the king, saying his departure would be delayed until the 20th at midnight, that he could not take the Marquis d'Agoult, recommended to him by Bouillé as an homme d'esprit ferme et courageux qui peut se montrer si les circonstances l'exigeaient, page 217, because Madame de Tourzel, the governess of the children, insisted on her right of place never to quit them, and this consideration carried the decision, as if the king could not have let them follow in another vehicle. Anything rather than be forced to show himself on the road as he did, page 256. How it all miscarried will be best understood by reading the whole of de Bouillé's account. His arrangements seem to have been masterly, like the noble soldier and statesman that he was, the king's arrangements vacillating, foolish, and even perverse. In this account, M. Sols is not seen at all. This is to be filled in as follows. Louis XVI, alone without his wife, will suffer the disgrace of being crowned with the red cap of liberty, called the Phrygian bonnet or mitre, from its being the headdress of the priests of Mithras. The 500 Marseillais led the attack on the Tuileries, a palace begun by Catherine de' Medici, 1564, on the site of the tile kilns, les Tuiles, and not in existence when Nostradamus wrote this in 1555. The Count de Narbonne, Minister of War, was of the noblesse, and Sauce's father, son, and grandson were chandlers and grocers, or oilmen, of Varennes. The father was procureur syndic of his commune. These oilmen betrayed him to the populace, and he was arrested per custodes. These sneaks stand as typical or representative traitors of the two classes of noblesse and bourgeoisie paying cowardly court to the proletaire class. The Madame Campan, before alluded to, 158, relates that their Majesties alighted at the grocery shop of the Mayor of Varennes, Sauce, and that he could have saved the king. The queen was seated in the shop between two high-piled stacks of candles, and was talking to Madame Sauce. The Gazette Nationale, June 25, 1791, reporting what took place in the Assembly the night before, announces that M. Martinet, in addressing the House, described Sauce's conduct as wise and heroic, replying as he did to the promises and caresses of the king and queen, "J'aime mon roi, mais je resterai fidèle à ma patrie." The result of his heroism was that 2 months later on the Assembly voted him 20,000 livres as the reward of his exalted vertu citoyenne. Whether in the scramble that so soon followed he ever received the wasteful and ridiculous Judas gift, there is nothing to show, but the bulletin recording the vote of these new-fledged statesmen, liberal of money not their own, still exists. We have here un brute Français aping the Roman, who loved Caesar well, but blood better. Thiers' account of the attack upon the Tuileries, June 20th, 1792, in Révolution Française, 152, furnishes a pathetic picture of the afflicted king, Marie Mitré, of the red nightcap in which he was daydreaming. The palace was evacuated at about 7 in the evening by the populace, which had effected its entry by main force. But when the crowd had now withdrawn peaceably and in good order, the king, queen, his sister, and the children all met together, shedding a torrent of tears. The king seemed stunned by what had taken place. The red cap was still upon his head. He now, for the first time for several hours, noticed it and flung it aside with indignation. As to the 500 men named by our oracle, the historian of the French Revolution again comes to our aid, page 209, saying that Barbaroux had promised the Jacobins the co-operation of his Marseillais who were on the way to Paris. The project was to assemble at the Tuileries and depose the king, page 235. They arrived on June 30th, 1792, and were 500 men. Ils étaient 500. Those who care to see how Narbonne acted against the king can refer to the Histoire de la Révolution by Bertrand de Molleville for satisfaction. This stands out certainly as one of the most startling of all the 1,000 quatrains of our strange seer. It will henceforth and to the end of time speak for itself without comment if we merely enumerate the historic facts as here anticipated in 4 lines. The horror of the king at finding himself Mitré. The god Mithras is depicted on coins in this very cap, and his priests make it their headdress. Further, it furnishes the lively etymology of the word mitre itself. It was for ages before the French took it up, the received emblem of that frantic crime that has been called liberty. I will not say the result of this as poetry artistically beautiful, but as a phrase of intense expression it is so terse that at a stroke beyond that of hydraulic power it seems able to compress a truss of hay so as it may lie in a husk of beech mast. I do say, nevertheless, that thus regarded, Dante and Shakespeare can hardly furnish between them 3 sentences of such compressed force. The matter in it seems to be condensed to adamant. Marie sera mitrée, as it has been just explained, will be found, the more profoundly it is thought upon, to be an original miracle in phraseology. It is an actual and awful prophecy in itself, but to devise a phrase to so convey the idea by human speech to the human mind of another is miraculous. It may sleep for centuries, as this has done, for lack of interpretation, but when duly interpreted it cannot be resisted, it storms the understanding, and as a phrase seems to be a miracle begotten expressly to become the vehicle in which to convey another miracle. This horror of the king mitred is one distinct forecast. The second point is his return to Paris. There is thirdly the conflict of the 500. Fourthly the spot, the Tuileries, at Nostradamus's time a thing of thin air, where the tiles were still baking, fire hot to roof houses with, whilst the pen was writing this. Here again, if it is not poetry, it performs the poet's function, which gives to airy nothing a local habitation and a name. Fifthly comes a titled name, Narbonne. Sixthly, that of Sauce, and finally the handing over to the custodians. Here are 7 distinct prophecies of events historical, 2 of them names of men yet to be born at a period 200 years removed. And behold, these 7 facts are put before you in 4 lines. There is a point of particular interest to be noted in that first line. Boys, page 62, remarks that, first line though it be, it should be the last, as the mitre was the closing act of the entire drama, and he supposes that Nostradamus wanted to make the treachery most prominent to the mind of the reader. That is to talk like a chronologer. The first cause and the final are, in spiritual matters, 1. The life and death of man are reduced to 2 points, and epitaphs give enough about most of the lives of mortal men when they chronicle the birth and death dates. Alone he returned and was mitred. How, step by step, it all came about follows necessarily, and that is how Nostradamus puts it to us. If he had waited himself with what science calls method, he would have destroyed his own instinct, as science does, just as Saturn ate up the offspring of his proper loins. The soul that does this must grope to its results, but can never jump to them by prophecy. Before we go to the next quatrain, it may be instructive to note Garancier's treatment of the pregnant forecast we have just traversed. He translates it thus, from Garancier: "The separated husband shall wear a mitre, returning battle he shall go over the tile. By 500 one dignified shall be betrayed. Narbonne and Salces shall have oil by the quintal." The verse signifieth that some certain man who was married shall be parted from his wife, and shall attain to some great ecclesiastical dignity. The second verse is that coming back from some place or enterprise he shall be met and fought with, and compelled to escape over the tiles of a house. The third verse is that a man of great account shall be betrayed by 500 of his men, and the last that when these things shall come to pass, Narbonne and Salces, which are 2 cities of Languedoc, shall reap and make a great deal of oil. This shows some skill, but what an unintelligible total we reach. I merely set it down to prove to the skeptical and those who incline to class Nostradamus authoritatively amongst impostors, whose jargon is not worth the pains of interpreting, that they may look at this and learn from it 2 facts. First, that before the event forecast has happened, all the keys of interpretation are wanting. The prophecy looks like jargon, and is so for all practical purposes. But that, secondly, once it has happened, or as we may say, kissed sunlight, the keys appear with it, the light and the understanding awaken together. There is light in potence or in posse now, but even then they will not unlock secrets if the keys remain in the hands of ignorant or scientific persons, or self-sufficient, which is nearly the same thing as scientific, or in the hands of romance readers and lazy dullards. You will not unravel the words of the wise and their dark sayings by reading a quatrain once through. The interpreter must approach the work in a simple, unprejudiced manner. He must get light from history how he can, from memoirs, letters, books, and learn by the success and failure of past commentators. He must be content to work very hard all the while, and with little encouragement from others, and then at last he may do something, that even his neighbours may allow his work to be, according to the bent or water pent of the particular mind of each. Some a discovery, some a revelation. He himself may probably feel that a supreme patience has had more to do with bringing the thing to pass than any other faculty that could easily be named. Things of the spirit must, of course, be spiritually discerned, and all talk about faculties when the individual soul is treated of must sound a little paradoxical. To divide the unique and indivisible unity of the soul into parts and pieces betrays in the proposer himself perhaps some want of parts. But from the earliest time until now this has been the scientific way of treating the human understanding. So let us consider that it is right enough. The soul has almost always been cut into three, and then left to wiggle and wriggle, and at last to join itself together again as best it can, like a worm in a garden. If this be according to Aristotle, let all Sorbonne profess it for right. What does it matter how we treat one thing, if only our method be perfectly scientific and in accordance with all the rest of the universal phenomena, and with a right interpretation of nature? What can it matter about the invisible, if only our eyes know how to take account of the things that are seen, that is, of the only things truly subject to the cognizance of man? End of section 18. Read by Sandra. Section 19 of the Oracles of Nostradamus by Charles A. Ward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Louis XVI, Part 2. Century 9, Quatrain 92, Boys 64. Le roi voudra en cité neuve entrer. Par ennemi expugné l'on viendra. Captif libère faut dire et perpétrer. Roi dehors est, loin d'ennemi tiendra. Translation. The king would enter into the city. By enemies expelled, France will obtain it, or they will arrive there. It will be false to say and reiterate that the captive is free, and that the king who is out of Paris will keep aloof from enemies. Monsieur Lepelletier does not touch this quatrain. Monsieur Boys gives his interpretation, which is not very convincing, and I thought of passing it by altogether. But the Captif Libère so links it with the journey to Varennes of the royal family that it seemed preferable to include it, and leave it to the reader to reject or accept it as he might think fit. Another determining influence was from my noticing that the Cité Neuve, or Montmédy, which the king desired to reach, was not French when the quatrain was penned. The 8th, 9th, and 10th centuries were not published with the first 7, but were issued at Lyons from the same press, namely that of Pierre Rigaud. Moreri states that Nostradamus felt encouraged by the reception accorded to the 7 centuries to publish 3 more, i.e., 8, 9, and 10, in 1558. There is a copy now in the Bibliothèque Royale, to which the authorities give the date of 1558. Pierre Rigaud's name appears on the title, but no date, which is remarkable, as the first volume of 1555 has this imprint. Ce présent livre a été achevé d'imprimer le 4e jour de mai 1555, giving a date as if for a nativity. Monsieur Lepelletier demurs to the accuracy of the pretended date, and thinks it must belong to the edition of 1566 by Pierre Rigaud. If so, these 3 centuries scarcely appeared in the lifetime of Nostradamus, though they are dedicated to his patron Henry II, who died in 1559, in an elaborate and interesting epistle dedicatory. In opening this, Nostradamus says he's long been in doubt as to whom he should devote, consacrer, these 3 centuries, but at last took courage to lay it at the feet of royalty. Now the edition of 1566 particularly states that the Prophecies n'ont encore jamais été imprimées. One cannot read the dedicatory epistle without feeling sure it was written for the eye of the king, and therefore at least as early as 1558, but probably earlier by a year or 2. I therefore assume that he presented them to the king in a fair manuscript, and that having done that he remained content, and that the family at his death, finding the original manuscript, put it in Rigaud's hands to be printed. My reason for thus inquiring into the dates is this, that the investigation makes it extremely likely the above quatrain was written before 1557, the year in which Montmédy was taken by France, and if so, it explains the line that I have thrown into a parenthesis in a manner in which it has never been interpreted before. Expugner is not French now. Expugnable is all that now remains of it in the language, so that par ennemi expugné l'on viendra may, I think, be regarded as a parenthetic explanation referring to the Cité Neuve, which was not yet French territory, though on the point of becoming so. L'on viendra par ennemi expugné, by expulsion of the enemy, in 1557. If this rendering be thought valid, it furnishes one reason the more for explaining this quatrain as one of the series belonging to the Revolutionary epoch, and one more redeemed from the maze of Nostradamus. It would appear from Boyes, though he does not produce his historical authorities, that immediately the king escaped, France was flooded with announcements that the captive was free, and had their consent to hold himself aloof. Loin d'ennemi tiendra. If this be established, it becomes certain that we can, in the main, determine this quatrain accurately. Citation, Histoire de la Révolution par deux amis de la Liberté, in 7 volumes, volume 7, page 126. Century 8, quatrain 87, 1, 179. Mort conspirée viendra en plein effet, charge donnée et voyage de mort, élu, créé, reçu par sien des faits, sang d'innocent devant soi par remords. Translation. Death hatched by treason will take its full effect, a charge imposed, voyage made to death, elected, created, received by his own and undone by them. The blood of innocency rises before them in remorse, eternal. Notes on the translation. A variant of par is pour. The word eternal is added in parenthesis after the translation to English. Boyes thinks by the last line Nostradamus intended to convey that the king felt poignant grief at the innocent victims his overthrow would leave without protection to the tender mercies of the States General. The other is better, connecting it as it does with that case analogous where the mob cursed themselves out of their own mouth and said, quote, "His blood be upon us and on our children," unquote. Matthew 27:25. Century 10, quatrain 43, 1, 180. Le trop bon temps, trop de bonté royale, fait et défait, prompt, subit, négligence, Légier croira faux l'épouse royale, lui mis à mort par sa bénévolence. Translation. Too much of good fortune, a too lax royalty that makes and unmakes appointments, sudden, hasty, negligent, lightly believes his loyal consort false, and bids good nature lead the way to death. This is a picture to the life of the fat-making King Louis XVI. The brush of a Velasquez, as it cannot paint the moral, could hardly so well place him before the eye as in life. He is no picture well framed hanging for inspection in a gallery of pictures, but flesh and blood like one's self alive, and moving with us in the gallery a spectator and observer like ourselves. We have here Louis XVI before us in the flesh. He makes and unmakes appointments. Yes, indeed. In a little more than 18 years, 67 ministers take office and relinquish it. Here they are alphabetically, as Boyes enumerates them. Amelot, Barentin, Bertrand de Molleville, Boyne, Breteuil, Brion, Broglie, Beaulieu, Caillé de Guerville, Calonne, Castries, Champion de Cissé, Clavière, Chambonnat, Clugny, d'Abancourt, Danton, de Grave, de Lessard, de Crogne, de Joly, d'Ormesson, d'Abouchage, du Mourier, du Portail, du Port, du Tertre, Duranton, Foulon, Fourgueux, Fleurières, Joly de Flémy, Lacoste, la Galaisière, Laillac, la Jarre, la Lucerne, la Moignon, Lambert, la Porte, la Tour du Pin, le Noir, Liancourt, le Roux, Malesherbes, Maurepas, Miromeuil, Montmorin, Montbarry, Mourgues, Narbonne, Necker, Pastoret, puis Ségur, Roland, Sartines, Ségur, Servan, Saint-Germain, Saint-Priest, Sainte-Croix, Taboureau, Tarbes, Terrier-Monceil, Thévenard, Turgot, Vergennes, Villedeuil. Several of these served twice, and Necker was in 3 times, so that the number of ministries in the time mentioned is 72, a thing not to be paralleled in history as a course of doing and undoing, of faits and défaits. His temper was ungovernable and sudden, extending even to rough bathos, but was soon over. Maurepas always said, "You must let the king have his first fling of humour out, and then he will soon recover." Secondly, his negligence let everything drift, finance included, till ruin brought collapse. You might think his economists had drawn their singular axiom for statesmanship, laissez faire, from the example of their royal master. He fell at once into the intrigue of the diamond necklace belonging to Marie Antoinette, which was conveyed by the Countess of La Motte to the Cardinal de Rohan. Report runs that he even placed his wife under arrest in her own chamber for several days, "lui mis à mort par sa bénévolence," displays a most wonderful forecast, and is open to read it now, Louis mis à mort. Century 6, Quatrain 92, 182. Prince de beauté teint Vénuste, au chef mené, le second fait trahi. La cité au glaive de poudre face aduste, par trop grand meurtre, la chef du roi haï. Translation. The prince of very comely beauty shall be led to the head and then betrayed to a second place. The city of the sword with powder torch burns the head of the king, hated on account of his illegal murder. Notes to the translation. Tantum, Latin for very. Fet, Latin factus or made. Adust, Latin adustus, burnt. Venustus, Latin for comely. Face, Latin fax, torch. Chef, head. The edition 1558 gives the reading as above, but the line does not scan. It wants 2 syllables. Boys without comment reads Prince sera. Le Pelletier understands mener as a synonym for intrigues, intrigue, but I should read it rather as a misprint for mener. The City of the Sword is a graphic name for Paris, where the guillotine was first erected on September 25, 1792, having been perfected by Guillotin the doctor, whose name was given to it. Roquefort gives the word aduster as brûler, but Nostradamus uses it as a verb, aduster in the 3rd person of the present indicative. Paris burnt the king's head with a powder torch, or burning powder, that is to say, with quicklime, and as having done him wrong, the people hate him, and wish to obliterate the traces of the murder perpetrated. The body and head of the king were placed in a basket of wickerwork and carried, according to de Montgaillard, in Histoire de France 3, page 415, Janvier 1793, to the cemetery of the Madeleine, and thrown into a trench 12 feet deep, which had been spread with quicklime. More was thrown in upon the top of the body, so that decomposition would follow instantly. When the grave was reopened some 24 years after to bestow a more decent burial on the relics, nothing remained but a few fragments of calcinated bone. Garancière reads Princesse de Beauté teint Vénuste, which will not scan any better than the line of the edition of 1558, but he translates au chef mené. I find as, shall be brought to the general, and the feminine termination is then right. This helps to confirm my rendering above. His notation says that the only difficulty about the quatrain is as to what city is meant. As, however, he suggests no historical allusion whatever, he leaves every difficulty unsolved. I think that most readers will be inclined to allow that this is a very extraordinary forecast, and that La Cité au Glaive, as a name for Paris and what has been perpetrated there, is both poetic and terrific in a very high degree. A sobriquet that once heard is likely to cling in the memory for ever. To devise epithets of this simplicity and force constitutes an author at once master of utterance, no matter what may be the shortcomings of the adjacent text. But when you find these startling felicities perpetually recurring to illustrate facts historical, facts that will not come into mortal ken for centuries after the death of the writer, stiff indeed must be the reader's neck if he cannot bow it a little as to a man of God passing by, or if he would rather have it so to the occasional divinity shining through man's nature, that will not, cannot wholly die when death has done its worst. From Hecla to the tropics, all rational creatures should rejoice at such a fact. What is the new world of Columbus to this? Why, nothing but a new hemisphere of dirt. A spirit that can read time future must be a spirit whose habitation is eternity. It is this hope kindles as we decipher in the stillness of night rune upon strange rune of the oracular sage of Sablon. Text from de Montgaillard. Le corps et la tête placés dans un panier d'osier sont à l'instant même portés au cimetière de la Madeleine, jetés aussitôt dans une fosse profonde de 12 pieds, ouverte de 6, garnie et recouverte de chaux vives, et dessous immédiatement. On l'anime auprès des personnes qui avaient péri le 20 mai 1770, jour de la fête donnée par la ville de Paris à l'occasion de son mariage, et auprès des Suisses morts dans la journée du 10 août. Century 10, quatrain 17, 184. La reine Ergaste, voyant sa fille blême, par un regret dans l'estomac enclos, cris lamentables seront l'or d'Angoulême, et au Germain mariage forclos. Note: Ergaste is estranged in Pierre Rigaud's edition. Greek word is a workman, and Monsieur Le Pelletier says ergaste is Latin. It may be, but I do not find it in Facciolati, though ergastulum, a workhouse, is there given. When Marie Antoinette was in the Temple, she was reduced to working with her hands, like a workman, ergaste. But ergaste is the anagram of estrange, étrange, the one letter N excepted. Probably estrange is the preferable reading, inasmuch as Marie Antoinette was an Austrian, and so étrangère. Translation of the quatrain. The stranger queen, seeing her daughter fading by reason of the deep regret she endured inwardly, the cries of Angoulême will be lamentable, and the marriage with her cousin Germain foreclosed. The princess did marry the Duc d'Angoulême in 1799, but there was no issue, mariage forclos. The queen wished to marry her daughter to a German prince, hence all the grief. The Abbé Tournay-Chavigny, in l'Histoire prédite et jugée par Nostradamus, de 28, had the merit, M. Le Pelletier says, of this learned interpretation. I cannot quite see this, as M. Boyes gave the same interpretation as far back as 1806, though with a particularity a little less minute. The prophecy thus unravelled is the more wonderful as the event seems so little worth recording. There is the same exactitude and precision shown as where a kingdom is at stake. Century 9, quatrain 77, 185. Le règne prince le roi convaincra, la dame prince à mort juré à sort, la vie à ruine, fils en déniera, et la Pélix au fort de la consort. Notes on the quatrain. Prince, from the Latin princess, taken or captive. Pélix, Latin from pelex, or prostitute. Pierre Rigaud's edition reads conjurera for convaincra, and that at least makes the line scan, which convaincra does not. Boyes says that some ancient editions read conviera, comitari parviam, and then it would mean to arrange the funeral cortege of the king. I think conjurera the best reading, for that might be taken to mean that they condemned the king by jurors, or jury, as the queen was in the next line. Translation. The assembly will condemn the king taken, and the queen taken to death by jurors sworn by lot. They will deny life to the Dauphin, Arwain fils. and the prostitute at the fort will partake of the same fate. Upon the word jury in the second line, M. Lepelletier remarks that the Convention, erecting itself into a Supreme Court of Justice, proceeded to condemn the king to death, but the judgment upon Marie Antoinette was passed by the Tribunal Révolutionnaire, newly set up, which proceeded by jurors chosen by lot, jury à sort. He further says that this jury is an institution borrowed from England, and he erroneously fancies that it had been first introduced into England at the Revolution, and had no existence there even by name during the life of Nostradamus. This shows how little a Frenchman, when even well read, cares about English institutions. Pettingal almost proves that the Roman judices and Greek word were jurors. There has been great and profitless dispute as to whether the Anglo-Saxons had juries, or whether they came in at the Conquest. If they did, it would be strange, for they died out in Normandy. If the practice be Roman, it would have prevailed in England as in Normandy, both having been under Roman law forms. Coke, Blackstone, and many others confidently maintain its existence here prior to the Conquest. If Anglo-Saxon, it would still be Roman. Were it Scandinavian in origin, or were it Teutonic, it would equally have prevailed here before the Conquest, so that the whole discussion has an interest merely archaeological, and leaves the trial by jury, no matter what its origin, a thing of immemorial usage in these islands. You might as well try by chemical analysis to ascertain when oxygen first entered as a component part into the air men breathe. If you could settle the question, it would be no use, whilst the time lost in discussing it might otherwise be well employed. But the forensic usage was not so in France itself, as modern Frenchmen think, for in old glossaries like Roquefort's you find jury, not juré, assise où l'on prononce sur les rapports des jurés. They delivered the poor Dauphin to the Cordonnier Simon, with orders to let him die slowly. The inhuman villains seem to have felt they could not condemn a child to public execution, so they give orders to a murderer to make away with him by ill usage and starvation, a process that would have rendered the guillotine welcome and a boon. The last line admits of three interpretations. M. Lepelletier takes the Pélix to stand for the National Convention itself, saying that it had prostituted justice in condemning an innocent prince over whom it had no jurisdiction. But clearly it had no jurisdiction over the king or queen. He then takes the fort to be the conciergerie, to which it consigned its own members, consorts, as an introduction to the scaffold. This is very striking, but the quatrain does not appear to me to threaten members of the assembly at all. The unity of conception is best maintained by limiting its meaning to the fate of royalty, and Buys places an excellent and forcible interpretation upon it without breaking the unity of purpose. He says that it relates to the Dubarry, the king's courtesan, and that the fort is her palace of Lucienne, which had anciently been a strong place or fort. Fort. This is good if the Château de Lucienne bears it out, but the fort may so easily be sort, with the old S type, which is scarcely distinguishable from an F, that I think we might very well substitute it. We should then construe the last line, and consign the prostitute to the fate of the queen consort. This interpretation requires less force to be employed upon the line, and less explanation than any of the others. The forms of the S and F are clearly identical. The reading that brings simplicity with it, and removes stumbling blocks out of the way, usually proves the safest and the best. Here we remove the complication introduced by the word fort, which otherwise requires explanation, and it runs: the courtesan shares a like fate with the queen. It is now for the reader to select the best. 1655 186. Un peu devant ou après, très grande dame, son âme au ciel et son corps sous la lame, de plusieurs gens regretté sera, tous ses parents seront en grande tristesse, pleurs et soupirs d'une dame en jeunesse, et à deux grands la deuil délaissera. Translation. A little before or after a very great lady, the soul of Madame Elizabeth shall rise to heaven, her body under the blade She will be grieved for by many persons. All her family connections will be cast into deep sorrow. One lady, very young, Duchesse d'Angoulême, will shed tears and sighs, and two great ones will be depressed with mourning. This can be mistaken for no one but Madame Elizabeth, the sister of Louis XVI, her niece, the Duchess d'Angoulême, and the two brothers of Madame Elizabeth, the Count of Provence and the Count of Artois. This is not one of the very striking stanzas, but the forecast is still notable and occupies its position very well as one in a considerable series. Century 1, Quatrain 58, 187. Trancher le ventre naîtra avec deux testes et quatre bras. Quelques ans entiers vivra, jour qui, Alkiloi, célébrera ses festes. Fossen, Turin, chef Ferrari suivra. Translation. The belly cut shall spring again with 2 heads and 4 arms. Alkiloi shall live several years, in great force, entier, what, jour qui, time he holds. Fossen, Turin, Ferrara shall fall under his domination. Suivra, chef. Notes on the translation. Qui, Latin for qui, to which. Alkiloi, alkile lex, law or rule of the imperial eagle. This is a very crabbed but very wonderful quatrain. The elder branch of the Bourbon was cut short in the person of Marie Antoinette. Le ventre tranché shall spring up again in 2 heads, Louis XVIII and Charles X. The 2 heads being crowned, the 4 lesser princes are called arms, and uncrowned. They are counted thus: the Duc de Normandy, who died in the Temple June 8, 1795; the Duc de Berry, assassinated January 13, 1820; the Duc d'Angoulême and the Duc de Bordeaux, exiled August 16, 1830, who, though he had so many close chances, died without the crown, an arm only, not a head, a hand tenaciously to the last holding to its white handkerchief as a flag. Zurich and Fossano stand by Synecdoche for Piedmont and Ferrara for the Papal States. This brings us to the end of the Louis XVI series. Let us, before passing on to a fresh series, just give a glance at the ground we've traversed, and endeavor to estimate the value of the historical facts prefigured for us by Nostradamus in his book, more than 200 years before the earliest of them began to take effect upon the stage of actuality. First, we beheld a section of the nation, the Third Estate, usurping the sole authority of government and bringing down upon the whole the desolation that was witnessed in Europe in 1789. Then the intriguing Duc d'Orléans was portrayed, and the poor king was seen, repenting that he had not, when insulted by him, publicly punished him by death. The next picture was that of the remarkable flight to Varennes, in which the very travelling habits of the king and queen, to their respective colours even, were minutely given, and the precise name hinted of the fallen Capet on the road, fallen though elected by the people, élu Cap. At the very last moment we are told their destination was changed by the king, where changing meant his destiny. He was then depicted as betrayed. He had to run into the jaws of death, and the very names of the traitors, Narbonne and Sauce, were given, with the further detail that he was taken back to Paris and mitred with the Phrygian cap in the desecrated Tuileries, at the dictation of 500 Marseillais. In another quatrain that journey is called a voyage of death, and in one line is laid before us all that happened to Louis the Unfortunate. He is elected, created king, received by his own people, and undone. To this succeeds that extraordinary picture of the king himself. His best friend could scarcely have portrayed the man so truly to us, too prosperous at the outset, too good-natured a royalty, sudden in temper, yet dilatory in act, making and unmaking ministries quarterly, and finally done to death by his own benevolence. We then have a stanza devoted to him. We see him as a beautiful youth made chief, then deposed, and his head rolling from the scaffold in the city of the Glaive, even to his burial in quicklime at the Madeleine, a procedure so unheard of in the case of kings. Then that curious reference to La Royne Ergaste, and the little incident touching her daughter's marriage to d'Angoulême. Then follows the Queen's death, brought about by a jury, a novelty imported from England by the innovators of that period, crowned by cruelty to the Dauphin. There follows a more or less curious sixain, conveying the fate of Madame Elizabeth, the king's sister, till we close with a brilliant quatrain that exhibits in a symbolic fashion the Napoleonic interregnum, when the severed Bourbon race puts out against its last two crowns, above the eagle law, or alkiloi, probably the last appearance it will ever make upon the stage of history. I think we may agree that it would not be easy to parallel such a series of verified forecasts relating to the most striking historical incidents that bear upon a single reign from any one book existing in the world. End of section 19, read by Sandra.
Section 20 of Oracles of Nostradamus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gauntz. Oracles of Nostradamus by Charles A. Ward. Section 20. The National Convention. We now reach a fresh division, and shall treat of the National Convention, a period of about 3 years. Century 8, Quatrain 17, 189. Les biens aisés subis seront démis, par les trois frères le monde mis en trouble. Cités marines cesseront ennemies. Femme, feu, sang, peste, et de tout mot le double. Translation. The well-to-do members shall be suddenly dismissed. On account of 3 brothers the world shall suffer trouble. Enemies shall take possession of the marine city. Hunger, fire, slaughter, plague of evils, all the double. Privilege is to be abolished suddenly. The 3 brothers who trouble the world are the royal trio, Louis XVI, Louis XVIII, and Charles X. Toulon is the maritime city. We shall come upon it again further on in century 7:13, where it is treated of more fully. Monsieur Lepelletier interprets feu as being war, and peste as standing for irreligion. As goods were all doubled to Job, so here all evils are to be doubled. On the night of August 4th, 1789, feudal privilege was abolished suddenly, subit. The clergy and nobility were dispossessed of property and title. Toulon, taken by the English, is the Cité Marine. It was retaken in the name of Louis XVII on August 23, 1793, by the French. On the 19th of December, Marie Antoinette and Égalité, Duc d'Orléans, being both executed during the British tenure. Century 9, Quatrain 17, 191. Le tiers premier pis que ne fit Néron, vide vaillant que sans humain respondre. Rédifié fera le fort Néron, siècle d'or mort, nouveau roi, grand esclandre. Translation. The third become first does worse than Nero. See how much valiant human blood it squanders. It will rebuild the old tile kilns. The age of gold is dead, a new dynasty, and great scandal. This interprets itself. Monsieur Lepelletier explains the rebuilding of the kilns as setting up the scaffolds to consume the clergy and nobility. I do not myself see the force or necessity of this. The age of gold yields to that of iron or the sword. The new dynasty, the Napoleonic, is a vast scandal, and reintroduces pomp and ceremonial at the Tuileries. Century 8, Quatrain 19, 192. À soutenir le grand cap troublé, pour l'esclarir les rouges marcheront. De mort famille sera presque accablée, les rouges rouges la rouge assommeront. Translation. They will not sustain the great but troubled Capots. The Reds will take steps to purge their number. They will almost exterminate the family with death. The red of Reds will overwhelm the red. This very forcibly announces the reign of terror to have set in. The Reds will do what in them lies to crush the Capots, till they have almost annihilated the family in death. And then the reddest Reds will guillotine the Reds, the Montagnards, the Girondists. Bouilly does not allude to this, though one would have thought it must strike every reader as far as what is said relating to the conduct of the double-dyed Reds against the moderate Reds. Garcinier's mistakes serve to show how impossible it was to guess at the meaning of a quatrain in the 17th century. He fancies this to refer to some conspiracy of red cardinals against a pope, to be designated the Red One. Century 6, Quatrain 69, 1:193. La piété grande sera sans loin tarder. Ceux qui donneront seront contraints de prendre. Nude, affamé de froid, de soif, soit bandé. Le monde passé comme étant grand esclandre. Translation. A sight of pity will not long delay. The almoners will soon be forced to beg, hungered, athirst, naked, prescribed, and cold. In bands they cross the Alps, a scandal to be seen. This conveys a forcible picture of the calamitous emigration the clergy of France would undergo between 1792 and 1801. Once the clue is supplied, it leads so naturally that one almost finds insight from it into the manner in which these representations presented themselves to Nostradamus. One feels that he must have seen the events passing before the field of sight as visions, sometimes accompanied with uttered words. Otherwise, how could he get intimation of names? But if it was thus that intuition came to him, the quatrains that he now scattered up and down throughout the centuries in utter disorder and disconnection must have come to him in a sequence, rendering them comprehensible, more or less indeed in the very order probably into which the chronology of historical record enables the careful student to replace them now, as soon as they are understood by him. If this be so, a rather curious fact presents itself, in a form approaching to something like a certainty, which is this. Disorder must have been the method of the book. We know that generally his practice was to write down the matter in prose, and at leisure convert this into separate quatrains rhymed. These he must afterwards have shaken up in a bag or hat, and when inextricably mixed have counted them out into hundreds. I think it quite possible that he found his forecasts became too intelligible when put together in their natural order, and in the sequence of events. No doubt, with regard to those events of his own time and to be soon fulfilled, he first began to perceive the necessity for inverting or displacing the order. Consecutive and interlinking stanzas would form a kind of commentary, and throw mutual light one upon the other, so that the adoption of disorder would follow as a measure of personal security. He thought that his sayings should be dark, as becometh the words of the wise, and that it would be quite time enough should they grow clear when fulfilled to a reader, who would take sufficient trouble to elucidate them and bring out their meaning. Century 1, Quatrain 44, 1:194. En bref seront retour sacrifice, contrevenants seront mis à martre, plus ne seront moins, abbés ne novices, le miel sera beaucoup plus cher que cire. This quatrain exhibits the suppression of the Catholic worship in France, which took place November 10th, 1793. What they called the worship of the goddess of reason was set up, and a return to paganism is what the first line means. Translation. For a short time there will be a return to ethnic sacrifices, and those who oppose will suffer martyrdom. There will be no more monks, clergy, nor novices. Honey will fetch more than wax. The last line means that wax will be cheapened, as none will be consumed in the churches. The rest explains itself. Garcenier can see the meaning of the last two lines, but the first two he considers to have been fulfilled in the time of Henry V of France and Henry VIII of England. Century 2, Quatrain 8, 1:195. Temple sacré prime façon romaine, rejetteront les gaufres fondements, prenant leur loi première et humaine, chassant non tout de sanct l'écultement. Translation. The temples consecrated in the fashion of early Rome, they will reject the deep foundations of Christianity. Returning to their first and human laws, they will not entirely abolish all saint worship. This Monsieur Lepelletier explains to be a forecast of the Fête de l'Être Suprême, which was appointed by decree of the Convention May 7th, 1794, and celebrated on the 8th of June of the same year with great pomp. Century 5, Quatrain 33, 1:196. Des principaux de cité rebellés, qui tiendront fort pour liberté revoir, des tranchées masles, infelices meslés, crient hurlement à Nantes pitu voir. Translation. The chief citizens of the revolted city who will struggle hard to recover liberty, the men beheaded, an unhappy mixture, cries, howlings, at Nantes piteous to see. This was realized at Nantes in Brittany, under the proconsulate of de Carrier. The town had, in 1793, become the focus of the Vendian reaction against the National Convention. The men were beheaded generally, but many men and women were stripped naked. They were then tied together, a man to a woman, in couples or pairs, which their fiendish tormentors styled Republican marriages. In this diabolic connection, infelice mesle, they were precipitated helplessly into the Loire, amidst heart-rending cries and howlings. No viler crime was ever committed on this earth, nor can ever be. The infamy of man and the revengeful filth of lust can no further go. From that extraordinary coinage and coupling of words, infelice mesle, you know, or seem to know, that Nostradamus beheld the horrid spectacle in vision. Estant assis de nuist secret estude. Century 1, 1. Those who believe this to be a recital at haphazard are of a brain formation singularly constituted. Century 8, Quatrain 88. Dans la Sardaigne un noble roi viendra, qui n'attendra que 3 ans le royaume. Plusieurs couleurs avec soi conjoindre, lui-même après son sommeil marit scom. Translation. In Sardinia a noble king shall come, who will only hold the kingdom during 3 years. The tricolour will annex him, the king, to itself. He, after much pains, will sleep afflicted and ridiculed. This is Charles Emmanuel IV. The Republic of the Tricolour, le drapeau tricolore, will despoil him of his continental estate, and he will withdraw to his island, ruling for 3 years, 1798 to 1802. He then abdicates to his brother, Victor Emmanuel I, and après soin much care will sleep, as regards governing, and, residing at Rome, sad and humiliated, will assume the Jesuit robe and die in 1819. End of section 20. Section 21 of Oracles of Nostradamus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gauntz. Oracles of Nostradamus by Charles A. Ward. Section 21. Pius VI. The next 4 quatrains refer to Rome and Pope Pius VI. Century 5, Quatrain 57, 199. Istra de Montgolfier et Aventine, qui par le trou advertira l'armée. Entre deux rots sera pris le butin, de sext mansol faillir le renommée. Translation. When a French army shall go from Montgolfier to the Aventine, there will be a man advising them from under the hole. The booty shall be seized between the 2 rocks, and the glory of the 6th celibate shall wither. This is a very curious stanza. The name of Montgolfier, the aeronaut, is visible enough in the 2 separate words Montgolfier. Monsieur Lepeltier calls it the grammatical figure of metaplasm, but it is not strictly so. Metaplasm is the forming of cases from a non-existent nominative. This is making 2 words for things non-existent to represent a proper name. But there is still a greater singularity in the employment of it here. For Nostradamus, as I understand him, makes this fictitious mountain contrast with the real Mount Aventine. He makes it stand, as I think, for one of the 2 rocks between which the booty is secured. The brothers Montgolfier were paper-makers at Annonay-Ardèche, and they gave their own name to their discovery, which dates June 5, 1783. Their balloons opened at the bottom to be filled, so that a man placed in them was under the hole, par le trou. I do not know at what point the Montgolfier was floated to furnish military information to the French, but I suppose on the Italian side of the Alps, so that from that rock or mountain to the Aventine rock would be the points between which the booty was seized. But the former of these Nostradamus seems to me to designate by the man's name, which lends itself to a play upon the word rather than by a peak of the Alps. Monsieur Lepeltier says that the 2 rocks refer to Peter, Pierre being rock. One is Avignon in France, and the other Rome in Italy, and the booty was obtained by the Treaty of Tolentino, under date of February 19, 1797. By this time the Pope lost Avignon and Venaissin in France, Bologna, Ferrara, and the Romagna in Italy, and this he calls the 2 rocks. The balloon was first used to reconnoiter the position of the Austrians at the Battle of Fleurus, June 16, 1794. Almost immediately after the treaty, the pontiff was dragged from Italy to die at Valence. Thus was fulfilled the prophecy of Feir le Renommé. Interpret how you may, the mention of the name of Montgolfier so appropriately in this connection must always stand as proof of the most solid kind that Nostradamus's foresight was miraculous. Century 5, Quatrain 30, 1-201. Tout alentour de la grande cité sera soldat logé par champs et villes. Donnez l'assaut Paris Rome en cité. Sur le pont lors sera feste grand pile. Translation. Compassing all around the great city, there shall be soldiers camping in the fields and towns. A Frenchman, Paris will take Rome excited. There will then be perpetrated on the Pope a great pillage. The Executive Directory, in defiance of the Constitution which formerly forbade it, encamped troops around Paris, La Grande Cité, on September 4th, 1797. This was to quell or keep in awe the counter-revolution. A Frenchman, Paris, General Berthier, took Rome by assault February 10th, 1798, the pretext being that General Dufault had lost his life in an émeute dans Rome et Cité. Pope Pius VI was dispossessed of his states, arrested in his palace, and subjected to general pillage. Century 8, Quatrain 46, 1-202. Paul Monceau mourra 3 lieues de Rosne, fuit les 2 prochains Tarsac d'Estrois, car Mars fera le plus horrible toisne, de coq de l'aigle de France frère toi. Translation. The grand celibate shall die 3 leagues from the Rhone, the 2 dejected brothers shall fly tumult. For war shall make a most horrible throne, for the 3 brothers of France by the cock and eagle. The Pope, that is, shall die at Valence, a few leagues from the Rhone. The 2 brothers, afterwards Louis XVIII and Charles X, alarmed at the movement of the populace, take flight. War inflicts sad havoc on the throne of the 3 brothers, Louis XVI, Louis XVIII, and Charles X, by the Orleans cock and Napoleonic eagle. Century 2, Quatrain 99, 1-203. Terroir romain qu'interpretois ogre, par Jean Galloise par trop sera vexé. Mais nations celtiques craindre l'heure, boréa classe trop loin l'avoir poussé. Translation. The Roman territory that the Pope governed the French will cruelly vex, but that Celtic nation should fear the hour when it has advanced its army too far to the north. I render this in the main in accordance with Monsieur Lepeltier, but perhaps some may think that the Pope cannot be called an augur without great violence. Interpretois can hardly stand for spiritual government. It is also difficult to make classis into army. Classis represented the orders of the people of Rome, that divided them into bands and companies for governmental and electoral purposes, not for war. The only classis of war was the fleet, and Garcinier renders it by navy, although he is entirely abroad in every other respect in his interpretation of the quatrain. Though he forces a fulfillment upon it in the time of Henry II of France, still evidently Rome is meant, whatever the augur may interpret. The Roman territory was twice trampled on by the French, first by General Berthier against Pius VI, and again by General Miollis, who in 1809 removed Pope Pius VII. The closing couplet is clearly a forecast of Napoleon's defeat in Russia. That will not be affected by the manner in which we interpret class, but I cannot imagine for a moment that Nostradamus would employ the Latin classis so erroneously for an army, which no Roman would ever use it for. Certimum classicum is a sea fight, but never employed for engagements on land. The result of this minute verbal inquiry will, I think, end by establishing the more remarkably the prescience and forecast of this consummate seer. He uses the word class in one of its late 18th or early 19th century exceptions, for that body of young men which is called out every year in France by lot to serve in the army, or all those called to the colors who are drawn for service in the same year. It is an administrative word that sprang into use out of the conscription, and which will die out again when that fraud passed upon the nations of Europe has been detected and abolished. That institution which fosters war and makes its otherwise intermittent evils permanent and perpetual upon humanity. To enlarge the area of this view is to doom conscription to death and sure oblivion. Conscription is an invention of Beelzebub when seeking his bath of blood under the euphonic guise of a patriotic defense of the mother soil. Mourir pour la patrie is the glozing lie of Roger de Lille that supplements or drowns the true cry of blood for Moloch. So we will read for the first time now the passage thus: "But let the Celtic nation beware the hour when her conscript columns are pushed too far to the boreal northeast. In brief, beware of Moscow." If this 16th century anticipation of a 19th century idiom be nothing, then let the Alps be called a molehill, and the hollow sea a cup. Here we close the prefiguration of the papal torment appropriately enough. It closes with a terrible hint to its tormentor. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Oracles of Nostradamus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. Oracles of Nostradamus by Charles A. Ward. Napoleonic Rule, Part 1, Century 3, Quatrain 35. 1-205. Du plus profond de l'Occident d'Europe, de pauvres gens, un jeune enfant naîtra, que par sa langue séduira grande troupe, son bruit au reine, d'Orient plus croîtra. Translation. In the southern extremity of Western Europe, a child shall be born of poor parents, who by his tongue shall seduce the French army. His brood shall extend to the kingdom of the East. In the island of Corsica was born, of an ancient but impoverished family, a child, Napoleon Bonaparte, whose proclamations electrified the French troops. His expedition by order of the Directory to Egypt, which was meant to ruin his career, conferred upon him a worldwide renown. This man was not eloquent, as orators are eloquent. Verbosity is their gift. Even the endowment of Cicero lay much in words, and in their multitude, which wanteth not folly. Solomon says sin. A plethora of words becomes the apoplexy of reason. But this man's phrases are all portable, made for the knapsack. They fly to the lip as lightning does to metal. Poetry, passion, and energy are in them, but fused to an aerolite, till they fall like a luminous bolt, only to burn in man's memory forever after. They are not winged, but lightning-shod. Fulminants are matter etherealized to an interlinking with spirit, but this man's words are spirit itself, to burn their niche in time, to last as long as that will. Take 2 of them. Soldiers, 40 centuries look down upon you. And again, behold the son of Austerlitz. When you speak, speak thus to men. Such words are deeds, and come not from one who beateth the air to the pitch-pipe of the Tibicen Ciceronical, but as the bullet to its butt. Speak sword points that press between the joints and marrow. But I will stop here to escape oratory. That may still fetch its price, and seduce the zebra troop in the courts of legal falsity, or in the bubble room down by the river Minister. Century 1, Quatrain 76, I 206. D'un nom farouche, tel proféré sera, que les 3 sœurs auront fato le nom. Plus grand peuple, par langue et fait dira, plus que nul autre, aura bruit et renom. Translation. of a savage name there shall be such publishing, that the 3 sisters shall have by fate the same name. Then he will lead a great nation by tongue and deed, and have more glory and fame than any other. Here M. Le Pelletier takes Le Prophète for a thing placed before, and understands it as being the prenomen of Bonaparte vis-à-vis Napoleon. But I cannot see how that is shown to be the meaning of profere. That word, if from the Latin profere, never was used for cognomen or prenomen. One of the meanings of profere is palam facere, to make public or publish, and I think it would be safer to render it as I have done. It will still equally draw attention to the name Napoleon, in contradistinction to the name Bonaparte, because when he mounted the throne as emperor, he adopted the new name and abandoned the previous one. This selection of a new name seems to be a natural instinct of humanity on entering upon a new phase of life. The popes take a new name on assuming the pontifical rank. Monks and nuns do so on entering the religious life. Commoners leave their names behind when created peers. Women do so when they marry, and here Napoleon does it. But I do not think it desirable to consider this to be indicated by the word profere. Nostradamus says that it is such a fatal name that the parquet themselves will adopt it. He then repeats that he will lead. I think it should be seduce, séduira, the grande nation by speech and deeds, and raise a name unrivaled in the universe. This was certainly true, and the prefiguration of it is, beyond the denial of prejudice, marvelous. We have now to deal with the word itself, which will furnish to investigation a few interesting hints. Of course, some may think them intricate and far-fetched. There is no great importance to be attached to them, perhaps, but they must interest the curious, and curiosity that is innocent has a value of its own. Who could see in Sloane's strange Chelsea gallery the shape, dimension, and value of the Museum of Bloomsbury and its affiliations? Century 9, Quatrain 33, I 208. Hercule Roy de Rome et Danemark, de Gaulle Trois Guillons surnomme, Tremblay l'Italie et l'un de Cinq-Marques, premier sur tout monarque renomme. Translation: Hercules, king of Rome and Denmark, surnamed the triple giant of France, shall make Italy tremble in the wave of Saint Mark, first in renown of all monarchs. There was a Celtic Hercules, fabled to draw men by their ears. Par lang effect il conduira, as we have just seen, so that this Hercules means the Napoleonic dynasty. As to King of Rome, Napoleon actually assumed that title, and later on he conferred it upon his son by Marie-Louise. In the Memorial de Sainte-Hélène, 1840, I-79, by Las Cases, it is said that during his consulate, somebody published a genealogy connecting his family with the ancient kings of the north. This Napoleon ridiculed in the public journals, stating that his nobility dated only from Montenotte or the 18th Brumaire. Things were not yet ripe for royal pretensions. The Bonaparte family in Italy can trace to the 13th century. One branch was settled at Treviso, the other at Florence, and both held an honorable position. A third was at Sarzana in Genoa. A Charles Bonaparte settled in Corsica in 1612 and lived in obscurity, says Le Pelletier, till this family of kings was born. Taine has discovered that the family was of Condottiere stock, and Destel and Stendhal had before that both of them found Napoleon's character more analogous to that than to any other type known to them. Taine finds him to be a Sforza or a Malatesta born, belated by 3 centuries. He is as unscrupulous, searching, and ambitious as Machiavelli, and curiously enough, the only book he is known to have ever annotated profusely is Machiavelli's Prince, which was found in his baggage at Waterloo, and has since been published. And an intensely interesting book it is, enormously wicked and shrewd, but diabolically wise in the devil's gay antics. It is a scientific treatise on government without God in the world. Its moral axiom would seem to be that even murder should be directed by good sense in the hands of a craft master. In this respect, I think it is even superior to the clemency of Caesar. The prince evidently fascinated him deeply. He treats his author quite imperially, as Bentley or any other great critic might do, and points out condescendingly where the priest is but a theorist, and errs for want of knowledge, such as can only be gained from the practical handling of affairs by a man of the Napoleon caliber. I don't know that you can read so deep into the very spirit, for I will not mention heart in the same breath with Napoleon, of the man of blood and brain, as you may by the pencil interlineations by him jotted down in this his Italian Vade Mecum. From time to time, as he recurs to the book, enlarging in view from general to first consul, and from first consul to emperor, you seem to sit with him as in a magical cave, with terrible writings that come and go upon the wall before you, writings which are the words of this book, and are lit up with a lurid phosphorescence, the light of which emanates from his own putrescent brain. It is not historically true to say, as M. Le Pelletier does, that the family lived in obscurity in Corsica. The house at Ajaccio was the largest in the place, a palace even as compared with the other residences. The title of King of Rome was precious to Napoleon, as it enabled him to claim succession to the empire of Charlemagne. Although Garencière, in his interpretation, fails of attaching any individual fulfillment to the words, he is able from this title to say that whoever it belongs to will attain to the Roman Empire. Guillaume is equivalent to Terraphilius or Earthborn, and means giant. In fact, it almost seems a variant of Géant. But why 3 giants of France? I do not know that this has ever been explained. Hercules, mythologically, was distinguished by 3 symbols: Martini, etymologicon, SV Hercules, a lion's skin, key, and 3 apples. The 3 apples were not to get angry, not to love money, not to love pleasure. This need only to be mentioned for the sake of the double triplication, and as marking so far the propriety of the term Hercules. Master of Rome, i.e. Italy, of Venice, i.e. Austria, of Paris, i.e. France, as ruled over by Napoleon as general, consul, emperor, that he was the first of monarchs over all renowned, needs no elucidation. Century 8, Quatrain 61, I 209. Jamais par le découvrement du jour ne parviendra au signe septrifère que tout ce siège ne soyant en séjour, portant au coq d'un du tag armifère. Translation. Never shall he in broad daylight reach to the symbol of scepter-bearing rule. Of all his positions, none will be of a settled permanency, conferring on the Gallic cock a gift of the armed legion. In other words, the emperor will never enjoy a settled seat of firmly established government, and he will confer upon France either the ruinous legacy or bequest, or gift of the legionary conscription, which converts Europe into an armed camp, an evil gift indeed. Or those who prefer it may render it as the gift to France of a huge burial place in Spain and Portugal, where so many thousands of men, her best blood, fell. But conscription is of the wider issue, and the more permanent evil, as it affects Europe to this hour. It makes peace an interlude to war, and very little less costly than war. Our next quatrain is a great rarity, for it seems to be in pure Provençal, and extremely pleasing it is, a great deal more honeyed to the ear, in sound, than the present French language, which is excellent for conversation and the salon, where the society grimaces, but where true souls are struck dumb, and poetry has ceased to be possible, or only possible to rebellion such as that of Victor Hugo. Century 4, Quatrain 26, I 211. Lo grandes âmes se levera da bellos, que non sauran donde sieguen vengudos, de nuesh lambusc, lugash de su letreyo, ciudad trajido per cinc langos non nudos. Translation. The great swarm of bees shall rise, that none can tell from whence they came. Night's ambush, the jay beneath the tiles, city betrayed by 5 tongues not naked. The bees stand for the Bonapartist army and the empire. The second line is understood by M. Lepelletier to refer to the origin of the family, and it may be so. But I think it refers to the surprising suddenness with which the rogues, sans-culottes, and republicans, in pretended love with equality and freedom, were found to welcome tyranny and rule of one, that used to be spoken of as monarchy. Guillotined in that form, Frenchmen hailed it as a sword savior in the new dictator. It seems to me to be the sudden conversion of such opposed principles to Bonapartism on the night of the 18th Brumaire, November 9, 1799. De Neuch l'Ambusque, an ambuscade of night, that startles Nostradamus. Certainly there was no doubt whatever whence the Napoleon family sprang, a family with a history more or less traceable for 500 years, can scarcely be described with propriety as one whose origin is lost in the night of time. Yet this is the meaning M. Lepelletier would have us put upon it. Next, like the jay in the fable, tricked out in peacock feathers, and spoils of the Capetian kings, Napoleon makes their palace of the Tuileries, Trelos, his headquarters. The city is given over to him by 5 langos, 5 prodigious talkers of the long robe. Far from naked as to words or clothing were they, but as to principles very nude and bare. Quite unable to cope face to face with the audacity of this unscrupulous cutthroat, this gunner of Ajaccio, the men of no principles and no practice were simply ciphers before this man of practice, par langue effect, this ethnic Hercules of tongue and sword, this servant, as Daniel has it, of the god of forces, this fly-pest, Beelzebub, man of vêpres et mouches, grown to a dynamic king. Where men have lost their virtue, the poor skeptics are given over to believe a lie of their own making. Tongues have they to lie withal, but never a hand amongst them to furnish help at need. Century 7, Quatrain 13, I 213. De la cité marine et tributaire, la teste race prendra la satrapie. Chasseur sordide, qui puis sera contraire, par 14, en tiendra la tyrannie. Translation. The short-haired man shall assume authority, in maritime Toulon, tributary to the enemy. He will afterwards dismiss as sordid all who oppose him, and for 14 years direct the tyranny. The English had seized Toulon in the name of Louis XVII, and held it a few months till Bonaparte retook it. He overturned the Directory, sordid, and suppressed its partisans with the Republic, and enjoyed the tyranny for 14 years, from 18th Brumaire, November 9, 1799, to April 13, 1814. We have already seen on page 272 that the Cité Marine is Toulon. Garancière fancies this to have been fulfilled when Richelieu made himself governor of Havre de Grace, where he kept his treasure and tyrannized for about 14 years. Century 8, Quatrain 57, I 214. Des soldats simples parviendra en empire, des robes courtes parviendra à la longue, vaillant aux armes, en église au plus pire. Vexer le preste, comme le fait l'esponge. Translation. From a simple soldier he will rise to the empire. From the short robe he will attain the long. Able in arms, in church government he shows less skill. He raises or depresses the priests as water a sponge. This is a very remarkable quatrain that Bouy and Lepelletier and I suppose all French commentators pronounce to belong to Napoleon, and it certainly fits him very well, but with almost as little injury to historical fact. It may be applied to Cromwell, and accordingly Garancière does so apply it. He writes, I never knew nor heard of anybody to whom this stanza might be applied, than to the late usurper Cromwell, for from a simple soldier he became to be Lord Protector, and from a student in the university he became a graduate in Oxford. He was valiant in arms, and the worst churchman that could be found. As for vexing the priests, I mean the prelatical clergy, I believe none went beyond him. The circumstances of the French Revolution and the English Commonwealth times are so much alike in many respects that it is not surprising that such a description as this of a soldier who seized power and afflicted the clergy should fit both the usurpers, Napoleon and Cromwell, almost equally well. Napoleon was a plain lieutenant in 1785, consul for life in 1799, and emperor from 1804 to 1814. He changed the short robe for the long, is understood by M. Le Pelletier as being the consular robe for the imperial. There is no need to interpret thus. The military dress or that of the civilian is the short robe. Nostradamus takes but little heed, so far as we have yet seen, of the consular dignity. In the last quatrain he designates the duration of the tyranny, not as one of 10 years which would represent the empire, but of 14, which regards the consulship and empire as one period. If we take Cromwell's protectorate, however, from the death of Charles I to the death of Cromwell, the term will correspond with Napoleon's imperial career, but the interregum in England was a period of 12 years, and that in France under Napoleon was of 14, 14 ans. Hence this quatrain must not be applied to Cromwell, though it in other respects is as true of him as of Napoleon, valiant in arms but in ecclesiastical matters less successful. Still he thoroughly vexes them, penetrating into every place and corner, as water does into a sponge. We cannot accept M. Le Pelletier's rendering of vexare as a meaning to raise and cast down. It was used in the sense of to trouble, cruciare, to anger, commovere, or to harass with care, curarum est to fluctuare, but never to alternately swell and depress, as in filling or squeezing out a sponge. Century 2, quatrain 69, I 215. L'héroï gaulois par la celtique dextre, voyant discorde de la grande monarchie, sur les 3 parts, fera fleurir son sceptre, contre la cape de la grande hiérarchie. Translation: the Gallic king, by means of the Celtic sword hand, seeing the discord of the great monarchy, shall make his sceptre flourish, by restoring the 3 parts, as against the capets and the popedom. Garancier understands as the cap of the great hierarchy, Spain in the Netherlands, which was the great upholder of the popedom. His application of this to history is of no value. But if we understand cap as capet, and the ancient connection of the French crown with the papal hierarchy, I think we elicit a better sense than that of M. Le Pelletier, which makes the capet in the hierarchy 1. The 3 parts restored, M. Le Pelletier makes to consist of clergy, nobility, and tiers état. I feel that the 3 parts under Napoleon were Emperor, Senate, and Chamber of Deputies, which would be head or caput instead of capet, Senate representing the higher classes, and the chambers the people. That would constitute les 3 parts of the quatrain. Century 1, quatrain 88, I 216. Le divin mal surprendra les grands princes. Un peu de vin aura femme espousée. Son appui et crédit à un coup viendra mince. Conseil mourra pour la teste rasée. Translation: he shall have married a woman just before. The divine wrath falleth on the great prince, and his support shall dwindle in a sudden atrophy. Counsel shall perish from this shaven head. This divine evil that surprises the prince a little after his marriage with Marie Louise of Austria, and his mean-spirited repudiation of Josephine, is most excellently rendered by Garancier as the falling sickness, called by the Greeks epilepsia, and by the Latins morbus sacer. Garencière was a fellow of the London College of Physicians, and a man versed in the medical nomenclature of the day, so that le mal divin should here be rendered epilepsy. It has never yet been so rendered except by Garencière, and he has no application to make of it whatever, though as a mere matter of translation he says, "The construction of the whole is easy." It strikes me that this forecast, thus interpreted, will throw light from Nostradamus on what history has heretofore overlooked, and will necessitate the rewriting of Napoleon's life from the date of his wicked prostitution of the marriage rite. Napoleon, Cromwell, Mahomet, Caesar were all epileptic, and probably Alexander. But this particular scoundrel first committed, from the purely sordid motive of self-aggrandizement, a moral crime, and that brought on the convulsion of the brain, that practically discharged forever the mighty Leyden jar, or electric battery, with which this potent brain fiend had dealt out merciless torpedo shocks to Europe, and death as from the hot wind Samiel. Inflated vanity, the epileptic stroke, the reaction of external forces on the weakened center, made the cerebral pap, still of gigantic power, entertain new phantasms huger than ever, with a terribly diminished power of reason, to bring them to birth by the practical handling of circumjacent facts and time tendencies. "Now," said the fool of this Western parable, "now am I master of events, and may swim against the sea, not with it, as I and common mortals heretofore have done, but against it, and to win." Well, he did carry the big dream into Russia, and as far as the nightmare of Borodino. He also still found a mighty utterance of lurid glory, with which to pin that evil minute in letters of fire and phosphorus upon the curtain of eternity. Behold the son of Austerlitz, the looming mot d'ordre, the old work, the old guards, and the old drillings, guided once again to a Pyrrhic victory. Two such will damn a kingdom. Reader, read Ségur, Comte de Ségur, Napoléon et la Grande Armée, page 179, and there perceive the giant unbrained and driveling about his bastard boy called King of Rome, and what else belongs to Mon étoile effacée. All the supports dwindle, says Nostradamus, and counsel will perish from the shaven head. Garencière is right and the diagnosis true. It is the falling sickness. It is not Jove fulminant that strikes the reeling pagod from without, as with Caesar 'twas, but an epileptic withdrawal of electricity from within, backwards. Emperor and empire will soon roll together in the dust. Man's posthumous analysis, and that of all the evil works wrought by him, though the good live after. Century 1, Quatrain 4, I 127. Par l'univers sera faite un monarque, quand paix et vie ne sera longuement. Lors se perdra la piscature barque, sera régie en plus grand détriment. Translation. Throughout the universe a monarch shall arise, who will not be long in peace nor life. The bark of St. Peter will then lose itself, being directed to its greatest detriment. The Emperor Napoleon, reviving pretensions to the old Roman Empire or universe, will neither enjoy peace nor life for very long. In his time, the Holy Seat, La Piscature Barque, shall so guide itself to greatest detriment as to be cast away and lost under Pius VII. Pope Pius was made a prisoner by General Meaulis July 6, 1809, and carried to Savon, then to Fontainebleau, and kept under strict guard by Napoleon till March 10, 1814, when he was set at liberty. Garancière interprets this as being fulfilled in the time of Henry II of France, who was slain by Montgomery in the Tilt Yard. Through all his reign he was at war with the Emperor Charles V. This emperor sacked Rome, and Pope Clement VII was made a prisoner. Vide Garancière, Tiber, page 77. Century 5, Quatrain 60, I 218. Par teste race viendra bien maleslière, plus que sa charge ne porte passera, si grande fureur et rage fera dire, que feu et sang tout sexe tranchera. Translation. In the shorn head France will have made so bad a choice. It will be heavier than its force will enable it to endure. So great fury and rage will make men say that he will exterminate the male sex by fire and sword. The period of the fulfillment of this event, M. Le Pelletier gives us extending from 1813 to 1815. It asks no further interpretation than that afforded by the translation. Century 4, Quatrain 82, I 219. À ma s'approche venant de Sclavonie, le lestin vieux cité ruinera, forte désolée verra sa Romanie, plus grande flamme estendre n'escora. Translation. A troop approaches, coming through Sclavonia. The destroyer will ruin an old city. He will see all Romania desolated, nor will he know how to extinguish such a blaze. A mass of troops is wending from Sclavonia. The destroyer, Napoleon, will ruin old Moscow altogether and see Romania desolated. Such a conflagration he will not know how to extinguish. It was Rostopchin, in 1812, fired Moscow to prevent the French from wintering there, and it settled the fate of the campaign. Century 2, Quatrain 44, I 220. L'aigle poussait un tour de pavillon, par autre oiseau d'un tour sera chassé. Quand bruit de sombres tubes et son haillon rendront le sens de la dame insensée. Translation. The eagle, drifting in her cloud of flags, by other circling birds is beaten home, till war's hoarse trumpet and the clarion shrill recall her senses to the insensate dame. This is one of the few quatrains that lend themselves freely to a poetic rendering. The Napoleonic eagle driven back to France, with all its retreating flags about it, or chased by a surrounding of other eagles, Austrian, Russian, Prussian. The din of cymbals, trumpets, and clarions restore France to reason, the insensate dame. Garancière's annotation here is extremely funny, and should not be unrecorded. He says it is an eagle driven from the tents by other birds, when a mad lady shall recover her senses, by the noise of cymbals, trumpets, and bells. Century 10, Quatrain 86, I 221. Comme un griffon viendra, le roi d'Europe, accompagné de ceux d'Aquilon, des rouges et blancs conduira grand troupe, et y rencontrer le roi de Babylon. Translation: Like a griffin, the king of Europe will come, accompanied with those of the north. Of red and white there will be a great number, and they will go against the king of Babylon. Recording by Mike Botez.
Section 23, Part 2 of the Oracles of Nostradamus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Oracles of Nostradamus by Charles A. Ward. Section 23, Part 2, page 305. The King of Europe is Louis XVIII. Shall come like a griffin. Griffin, a fabulous animal with hooked beak. Liddell and Scott, voir Griff, Noel, Griffo, Roquefort, Littré, Gwilym, Brunet, etc., accompanied with those of the north. He will conduct grand battalions of red and white uniforms, i.e., English and Austrian, and they will march as one against the king of Babylon, which is Paris. Louis, as the descendant of Hugh Capet, may be styled the first of European kings. The king of Paris is Napoleon, who ruled the revolution there and brought order to confusion or Babel. But we can bring it home to Paris even more intimately than this, for the old name of Paris was Lutetia, or mud place, where the toads, crapauds, or Frankish frogs, dwelt, and out of whose mud, or bourbe, came the Bourbon family, so that Paris, their chief city, en calembour, yields Bourbeville, Babel. Garancière thinks to see Gustavus Adolphus here as the most eminent king of Europe in his day, and he came from Aquilon, the north, and warred upon the emperor, who was king of Babylon, from propping the popedom, or from the Babel of confusion. He had regiments, red, white, and blue, and yellow and green, in the hope of creating emulation amongst them. If he had only had regiments red and white, we might have hesitated, and gone further to examine where the clue would lead to. But what begins by proving too much is like other overshooting, and misses the mark entirely. Century 6, Quatrain 89, 1.222. Entre deux cymbes, pieds et mains attachés, de miel face ointe et de lait substanté, guêpe et mouche fitine, amour fâché, poxillateur, faussé, sif, tenté. We have now rather laboriously cleared the way for a translation. Between two prisons, bound hand and foot, with his face anointed with honey and fed with milk, exposed to wasps and flies and tormented with the love of his child, his cup-bearer will false the cup that aims at suicide. Notes on the quatrain. The word for cymbe is a cup, usually, in Greek. Monsieur Lepelletier gives the Greek word as a capacity, as a cavity or precipice. I find no such meaning as precipice. There is a great difficulty to settle the meaning here. The Greek word means a cup, a boat, a wallet, and also is like the head. We should perhaps simplify the issue by confining ourselves strictly to the Latin word, samba, which is a boat or skiff, always a light boat, as in the Georgics 136, where the little boats were made of alnos cavatas, the riverside alders, hollowed out. It is rather a craft for a small lake than for the sea, as Ovid charmingly puts it. Non ideo debet pelago se credere, signa audet in exiguo ludere simba lacu. But then, what sense would it yield? A man being between two boats, tied hand and foot? Between two abysses, Monsieur Lepelletier interprets. But then we do not find that either in Greek or Latin the word yields that meaning. He interprets it of Elba and St. Helena. But was an island ever called an abyss? I think as seldom as ever the Greek word meant one. Hesius gives the Greek word a hollow recess, the penetralia of the women's apartments, and he adds also Greek word the depth of the sea to explain Simba. In Martinius's Lexicon Etymologique there is a very curious quotation from Isidore, Book 19, which makes the Simba to be the space occupied by a ship in the displacement of the water beneath it. I think out of all this we may extract a meaning for the deux Simbes. As two places or recessed prisons hollowed out of the sea, he shall be put, bound hand and foot. The line, to scan correctly, would have the word "et" left out. Note on Phytine. The plant, a scion, a child. Note on Posilatar is cupbearer. Fausser is fausser, to trick. Siphos is cup. There is a singular appropriateness in this word, whether intended or not by Nostradamus, for Athenaeus describes the Bhaetians as first using huge silver drinking cups, or siphai, which were denominated Herculean because Hercules, who was very fond of feasting, used such, and first invented the cry of "no heel taps." Ut lebantes nihil in calice vini relinquerent. The reader will bear in mind the Hercule de Gaulle of a former quatrain. End of notes. Page 308. Monsieur Lepelletier renders this: Napoleon, after being consecrated by Pius VII and anointed from the sacred ampulla with honey and milk, underwent a double imprisonment in Elba and St. Helena. The imperial bees, for so he translates the wasps and flies, are desolated as to their love for the child, and his surgeon, Ivan Posilatar, has falsified the death by poison on the night of April 12th to 13th, 1814. Now, as it was not his own soldiers that tormented him, I think we ought to read it fâché. He was desolated by wasps, flies, his child, and love. His soldiers are called abeilles before, never guêpes. These are the enemy tormenting, who will not let him abdicate in favor of his son. Greek word. We shall do better here to follow Garancier's example, drawn from the life of Artaxerxes, king of Persia. The Persians used to punish poisoners by laying them between two troughs, here called boats, with their face uncovered, bedaubed with honey to attract the wasps and flies, and fed them with milk to prolong the torment, which, if they refused, they ran needles into their eyes most persuasively, and then left them till vermin ate them up. So that it means he was tormented between two prisons bodily and mentally, with the ruin of his family, insomuch that he would have been glad to have escaped it all by poison. Whenever Napoleon was thoroughly frustrated in his plans, he evidently tried to fall back upon what he had never deserved, human sympathy, which in prosperity he had never thought of nor desired. He first showed this softening, rather the brain than heart, at Borodino, as we have said before. We will now take the substance of what happened at the abdication, as given by M. Lepelletier from the Manuscrit de 1814 by the Baron Fin. He abdicated, here we may say, woe unto him that buildeth a town with blood, Habakkuk 2:12. at Fontainebleau, April 4th, 1814, reserving the regency for the Empress Marie-Louise and his son. He was thrown into despair when he found the Allies to be masters of Paris, and to reject any such conditions. Baron Fin was his private secretary, and describes what occurred on the night of the 12th and 13th of April, before the day of his unconditional abdication. Fontainebleau really became a prison under the surveillance of strangers. There were no terms left to him to save even his life. Still, he let the day close without yielding. For some days previously he had seemed altogether preoccupied in revolving some design. His conversation turned always upon the voluntary death that the great men of antiquity courted when in situations such as his. The Empress had reached Orleans on her way to join him, but he had given orders not to allow her to do so. He dreaded such an interview as likely to unman him for the resolution he meditated. It was a terrible night of suspense. The long corridors of the palace resounded with the footsteps of servants going and coming. The candles were burning in the private apartments. Dr. Yvan is suddenly called upon to attend. The Duc de Vincennes is called for, and they hurry to fetch the Duc de Bassano from the chancellery. They are all taken to the bedroom as they drop in one after another. Sobs and sighs escape, but not a word is yet dropped to satisfy curiosity. On a sudden, the doctor leaves the apartment, descends to the courtyard, finds a horse ready saddled, and quits the place at a hand gallop. All that transpires on the occasion is that at the retreat from Moscow, Napoleon had provided himself with the means of escape, should he fall alive into the hands of the enemy. Yvan, his surgeon, had given him a packet of opium, which he had ever since carried round his neck. The valet heard him rise in the night, and saw through the half-open door that he mixed something in a glass of water, drank it off, and returned to bed. He quickly felt that his end was approaching, and had his most trusted followers called to his bedside, Yvan among the rest. But when he heard Napoleon complain that the action of the poison was too slow, he precipitately quitted Fontainebleau, as we have seen. A very heavy slumber supervened, accompanied with profuse perspiration, and when he awoke the symptoms had disappeared, the dose having proved of insufficient quantity, or time had deprived it of its efficacy. Napoleon, astonished at the failure, simply exclaimed, "Dieu ne le veut pas," and professing, perhaps for the first time in his life, to yield to Providence, resigned himself quietly to his new destiny. On board the Northumberland he strongly reprobated suicide. It would have been instructive to have heard the arguments employed by this intellectual giant merely as a mental acrobat exhibiting, and as showing how far the intellect may be effective in illustrating the path of duty. But on nothing could Napoleon's opinion be worth so little as on the question of morals, where the soul's instinct is chief guide. The rats ate his heart, it is said in an interim of the medical dissection. I doubt it. He had eaten it himself long before he left Brienne. On the morning of the 13th, Napoleon rose and dressed as usual. His objections had vanished, and his next act was to ratify the treaty, a solemn act which he took the earliest opportunity that offered to betray and break. Century 10, Quatrain 24, 1 227. Le captif prince aux Itales vaincus passera Gênes par mer jusqu'à Marseille, par grand effort des forains survaincus, sauf coup de feu, barils, liqueur d'abeille. Translation. The captive prince conquered is sent to Elba. He will sail across the Gulf of Genoa to Marseille. By a great effort of the foreign forces he is overcome. Though he escapes the fire, his bees yield blood by the barrel. Notes on the translation. Itale is Italia, Elba. Par mer, the Gulf of Genoa. Forain, Latin, foris, for strangers. Sauf, Latin, sabus, English, safe. sauf 2 coups de feu. He ran the blockade March 1st, 1815, and landed at Cannes, close to Marseille, crossing the Gulf of Genoa, till defeated at Waterloo on the 18th of June, seeking death, says Le Pelletier, without being able to find it. Où il sera sauf de coups de feu. When the smoke rises from the bottomless pit, shall men seek death and not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. Revelations 9:6. Napoleon comes out of the island Aethalia, or metallic smoke, and escapes the murderous artillery that kills his men, though it were far fitter he should die. His beehive is not burned with fire, but other liquor than honey flows freely, the lifeblood of his bees. Century 2, Quatrain 70. Le dard du ciel fera son estendu, mort en parlant, grande exécution. La pierre en l'arbre, la fière Jean rendue, bruit humain monstre, purge, expiation. The third and fourth lines will neither of them scan. La fière Jean should be written La fière Jean, fière being read as one syllable. Bruit in the fourth line is to be read as one syllable. Garancière has breit, which, though it have no meaning, shows perhaps that it was one syllable. The translation: The thunderbolt shall strike his standard. He shall die speaking proud words. Great is the execution. The stone is in the tree. The proud nation yields. The monster purges his human fame by expiation. Notes on the translation. Le dard du ciel is the thunderbolt. Latin, ferire, to strike. Estendu is standard. Latin, gens, nation. Latin, monstrum, prodigy. Mort should be read meurt, perhaps as referring to Napoleon, who showed great delight, it is said, when he found that Wellington intended to fight him. It cannot refer, as Le Pelletier would have it to do, to the celebrated mot of Cambronne or General Michel, as it has been proved that it was never uttered at all, but manufactured by a wit après coup. The stone is in the tree. Le Pelletier would here understand silex, the flint axe of primitive ages. This seems to me to be very far-fetched, and I would rather read with Garancière, the stone into thunderstone, or aerolite, which seems to be far less forced. End of notes. The thunderbolt from heaven shall strike down his standard, and he fails or dies, uttering haughty words. There is terrible execution done. The stone is in the tree. The proud nation yields. The hero purges by expiation his human renown. In spite of all these doubts interposed, this yields us a quatrain of a sufficiently clear sense, in conveying two leading ideas: a providential and mighty overthrow of a giant leader, and braggart of swelling words, and of a proud nation split in battle, as a tree is by thunderstroke. The forcible picture is not unworthy of Waterloo or the Battle of Mont Saint Jean, as the French call it, even though it may not be impossible to find some other battle since the death of Nostradamus that it might represent almost as well, if not quite so fully, as the tremendous day of Waterloo, June 18, 1815. Englishmen seem half afraid now to mention the day with pride, for fear of hurting French susceptibilities. To mention it insultingly or in a hostile spirit is unpardonable, but to speak of it modestly and thankfully, and of Wellington as a great soldier and benefactor to us, is only manly and proper. The man who has not the courage to do this firmly and inoffensively in the company of Frenchmen is only one of the many cowards amongst us, who lead the French to think that however great things our fathers may have done in the past, the spirit has fled from us that would repeat them in the future. Century 9, Quatrain 86, 1 to 30. Du bourg, la reine parviendront droit à Chartres, et feront près du pont Antony pose. Sept pour la paix Côteleux comme martres feront entrer d'armée à Paris close. Translation. From Bourg-la-Reine they shall march on Chartres. They shall camp close to Pont Antony. 7 chiefs for peace, cautious as martins, shall enter Paris, cut off from its army. The generals of the 7 nations coalesce, shall under pretext of peace, but really out of jealousy of France, says M. Lepelletier, and in virtue of the capitulation of the 3rd of July, enter Paris, now cut off from her army, clos d'armée, which retreats upon Chartres, passing by Bourg-la-Reine and Pont d'Antony, where it camps. The quatrain does not at all obviously read so, but we must suppose that it is the French army which goes to Chartres. We are not, however, bound to believe that the Martin-like and cunning 7 only pretend to establish peace out of jealousy to France. All Europe and France herself sighed for peace, and if, when victorious, the enemies were inclined to take back what France had robbed them of severally, that would not be very wonderful. The 7 nations signatory to the treaties of 1815 were England, Austria, Prussia, Russia, Spain, Sweden, and Portugal. This is a very remarkable forecast, and shows that although Nostradamus is a national prophet of France, and nearly all his 1,000 quatrains turn upon her and her interests, he seldom exhibits a particle of partisanship, and you would not know he was a Frenchman from any word that he lets fall. He strictly limits himself to the utterance of his vision in the tersest phrase, and the most forcible words that he can bring to bear for that purpose. I think there is no other instance known of such inviolable temperance. A man sits down in his study and prophecies, commits his visions to paper in prose, turns them deliberately afterwards and in cold blood into the pithiest poetry he knows how, shakes up in a hat, as we have previously remarked, all the quatrains together, and when he has effectually destroyed all sequence and order, counts them out into even hundreds, then without a word of note or comment, he sends them forth in type into the world to sink or swim, be ridiculed or admired, be understood or mistaken, perish or endure, until such period as their fulfilment in the centuries of time is realized, and the sleeping world awakens to the miracle that has slept also, beside the sleeping world, till light arose to make both clear at once. Century 2, quatrain 67, 1-232. Le blond au nez fourche viendra commettre par la duel et chassera dehors. Les exilés dedans fera remettre aux lieux marins commettants les plus forts. Notes on the quatrain. Fourche is fourchu or forked, from Latin furca or hooked. Commettre, ellipsis for se commettre, to come to blows with anyone. Latin per or through or by means of. Latin duo, a second repetition. Consigning, plus fort, read plus fort, stronger. Translation. The light-haired one will come to blows with the hooked nose for the second time and chase him out. The exiled will replace him within, consigning the strongest of the party to a fortress in the sea. Louis XVIII is designated Le Blond au nez fourchu, according to Lepelletier. Le Blond is, no doubt, the sign of the Capets, as shown by several other stanzas in Nostradamus, but not the aquiline nose, I think. That, I believe, is intended for Napoleon, so that Louis XVIII comes to blows with the hooked nose, or Napoleon, for the second time and drives him out. He who was exiled before now replacing him within. The strongest, that is Napoleon and his officers, are committed aux lieux marins, which either means to the English, who go down to the sea in ships, or else to St. Helena, a prison in the sea. Century 10, quatrain 90, 1-233. 100 fois mourra le tyran inhumain, mis à son lieu savant et debonair. Tout le Sénat sera dessous sa main, fâché sera par malin téméraire, where malin comes from malignus, Latin, for a criminal. Translation: The inhuman tyrant shall die 100 times, a learned and debonair king shall take his place. All the Senate shall be under his control, and he shall be grieved by a bold criminal. Napoleon is the inhuman tyrant to die 100 deaths, one his suicidal attempt, another Elba, with its cinerary and fuliginous ashes, another Waterloo, and lastly St. Helena, with its 10 times 10 remorseful hours, regrets, and studious falsifications of the history of his life. Debonair is, with Nostradamus, an epithet of the Capet family, and stands doubtless for Louis XVIII put into his place. The king finds the Senate quite submissive to his will, but he's cut to the heart by the daring attempt of the criminal Louvel upon the Duc de Berry, February 13, 1820. This is the excellent interpretation of M. Lepelletier. Boys, page 80, writing in 1806 under the full influence of the demon of Napoleon, gives it a very different reading. The inhuman tyrant with him can be nobody but Robespierre, who, with a pistol shot, endeavored to put an end to himself ineffectually, but blew away half his face, suffering 30 hours of fearful torment, and finally was dragged to the place of execution amidst the maledictions of the populace. The savant et debonair to Boys is, of course, Napoleon. The malin téméraire is a forgotten Georges, whose conspiracy gave a little momentary anxiety to Napoleon. Here terminate the oracles assigned to Napoleon by M. Lepelletier. But Boys adduces several others, which sufficiently relate to the Emperor to be enumerated here. It is painful to see how men manipulate these things to suit their theories. We will give now a quatrain that Boys cites, as he thinks it favorable to Napoleon. But he carefully omits the next one to it in the same century, purely, as it seems, because it's unfavorable to Napoleon. Quatrain 29, Boys 82. L'Oriental sortira de son siège, passer les monts Apennins, voir la Gaule, transpercera le ciel, les eaux et neiges, et un chacun frappera de sa Gaule. Translation: The Oriental will quit his post, to cross the Apennines and see after Gaul. He will transfix the heaven, the mountain ice and snows, striking each of them with his magic wand. The Oriental, i.e. Napoleon in Egypt, will leave his army behind there, after almost turning Mahometan, return and cross the Apennines and Alps to look after the Directory and their doings in France. He will soon even subdue the elements and nature by his marvelous roads over the mountains of ice and snow, and will strike each as with the rod of Moses or the wand of a magician, for the archaic and unusual word Gaule may mean that as well as a riding switch. Boys misses the plainer meaning of the first line, but is determined it shall represent Napoleon, so he takes Oriental to be Corsica, as being east of Toulon. The passage of Mont Saint Bernard, with cavalry and artillery, he gives rightly enough. The Alps have to be introduced for the Apennines. The quatrain following next to this he passes sub silentio, for the reason above is assigned, though it is pregnant with meaning, and how this should have been overlooked by M. Lepelletier I cannot quite understand, but so it is. Century 2, quatrain 30. 245. Un des dieux d'Hannibal infernaux fera renaître, effrayeur des humains, oncle plus d'horreur, ne plus pire journaux, qu'advint viendra par Babel aux Romains. Translation: One whom the gods of Hannibal from the lower regions shall cause to be born again shall be a terror to mankind. Never will more horror nor more evil days come upon the Romans. Confusion will be like that before from Babel. Notes on the translation. Fera should be feront, I think. Avant, I take to mean avant. Viendra for viendront. Hannibal and Napoleon are the only great general who ever forced their military way over the Alps successfully. Hannibal with his acetum, vinegar, or hatchet, as some have interpreted Livy, and Napoleon for cavalry and heavy pieces of artillery. He seemed to be the marvelous Carthaginian born again out of the shades of Hades, a scourge and flail of men. Babel itself not worse in the confusion that fell upon Rome, and the Church of Rome through him. We have given this before at page 228, but repeat it here with further enlargement, as it belongs more to Napoleon than to the Revolution. Garancière thinks it was fulfilled when Charles V sacked Rome. If we consider, as I do, that the two stanzas are inseparable, they will fit only Napoleon. We come now to a quatrain that M. Lepelletier has overlooked, but which Boyes, page 83, with some reason, attributes to Napoleon. Century 4, quatrain 54. Du nom qui onque ne fut un roi gallois, jamais ne fut un foudre si craintif, tremblant l'Italie, l'Espagne et les Anglois, de femmes étrangers grandement attentifs. Translation. Of a name that never belonged to Gallic king, never was there so terrible a thunderbolt. He made Italy tremble, Spain and the English. He wooed a foreign lady with assiduity. Notes on the translation. Onc should be onc, to scan. Italie is the reading of the text type. Boyes reads Ital, and then the line will scan. Étranger was probably pronounced as of 2 syllables only, but it is difficult to make this line scan. Boyes introduces into his interpretation of this a good deal of foolish adulation of Napoleon, pretending that he was not only craintif towards his enemies, which we must render a cause of terror, but also that he was himself craintif, very tender of the lives of his troops. To prove this monstrous proposition, he quotes the claptrap uttered by him before the battle of Austerlitz. Quote, I regret to think how many of these brave fellows I shall lose. I feel for them as if veritably they were my own children. Indeed, I sometimes reproach myself for this sentiment of tenderness. I sometimes fear it may end in rendering me unfit to carry on war. Unquote. This was indeed an heroic fear, says Boyes. We are content to let its heroism wrestle with its hypocrisy. We foresee which will come by the first fall. Garancière translates that the warrior, whoever he may be, will follow after strange women, and that would fit Napoleon, though not specially. But we think it better to render it with Boyes as indicating the Empress Josephine, who was of Creole blood, and therefore foreign, or Marie-Louise, equally foreign. If the latter, étrange would stand for Austrian. Voir Century 1, quatrain 83. Century 8, quatrain 53, 1 269. Dedans Boulogne voudra laver ses fautes. Il ne pourra au temple du soleil. Il volera faisant chose si haute. En hiérarchie n'en fut onc un pareil. Translation. In Boulogne he would make up for his shortcomings, but cannot penetrate the temple of the sun. He hastens away to perform the very highest things. In the hierarchy he never had an equal. Notes on the translation. Fautes to be taken as shortcomings, and C. Very. This is a singularly interesting quatrain. It has received 3 different interpretations, all 3 somewhat curious. Garancière opens the ball. He says there are 2 towns called Bolloin, one in Italy, one in France. That is Bologne in Italy and Boulogne in France. He thinks Boulogne is intended, and that Richelieu, a man of high things, and beyond the hierarchy, vowed a little before his death that if he recovered he would make a pilgrimage to Boulogne, to the Temple of Miracles there, dedicated to the Virgin, here described as the Sun, from that passage in the Revelation, quote, and there appeared a woman clothed with the sun." Unquote. But the cardinal took the road of death, which led not through Boulogne to the shades below, and certainly not to the Temple of the Sun. This has an interest of its own, but as an interpretation is utterly wide of the mark. Richelieu on a repentant pilgrimage to the Temple of the Sun would have been admirable as a caricature in Rabelais, but would be no fitter subject for Nostradamus's pen than if a lady of title went to Aix-les-Bains to take the waters there. And observe, he had to invent a Temple of the Sun to send him to, for never was there such a temple at Boulogne. We have also Le Peltier trying his hand, and he realizes it in Louis Napoleon, in his escapade of 1840. When he was made emperor, his Italian exploit is represented as a flight to the Temple of the Sun. But how he could suppose that inferior mortal to be referred to in N'en fut aucun pareil, I cannot divine. Boys and others attribute it to Napoleon and his intention to descend upon England from Boulogne in the flotilla. Is there not a column there ridiculously built to commemorate the failure? Is there not also a Boulogne medal struck Ford's, Spain, 1-272, with one of the Napoleonic falsehoods, an endless series, imprinted on its face, which runs, "Descente en Angleterre frappée à Londres." Unquote. These are the ridiculous touches, but now let us enter on the serious interpretation and see what that will yield us. At Boulogne, the emperor will endeavor to blot England from the map of Europe, and so redeem all his previous shortcomings in that direction. He promises himself the satisfaction of dictating his terms in London, and possibly entertained, in that strange brain of his, some dream that he would be crowned on that royalty-confirming stone of Scone in Westminster Abbey, where tradition tells the temple of Apollo was shaken down by earthquake, A.D. 154, the temple of the sun. But il ne pourra au temple du soleil, says Nostradamus, and history has thought fit in this as on many other occasions to endorse the forecast of the prophet. Boyes adds, Napoléon finira par faire la conquête de l'Angleterre. But Boyes is not Nostradamus, and Napoleon, like Richelieu, went to the shades below from St. Helena and did not go to the Temple of the Sun nor to the Stone of Scone. He went away, however, from Boulogne to very great things, as men count greatness, and was quite without an equal in the hierarchy of kings. End of chapter 23, part 2. Read by Sandra.
Section 24 of Oracles of Nostradamus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oracles of Nostradamus by Charles A. Ward. Section 24. Louis XVIII and Louis Philippe. We now come to the restoration of Louis XVIII. Prestige 38, 1-235. Roi salué victor, impérateur, la foi faussée, le royal fait connu, sang maintien, roi fait supérateur, de gens superbes, humble, par plus venu. This is a very crabbed quatrain. Translation: the king is saluted, victor and dominator, the oath falsified. The king makes himself known again. Grandson of Louis XIV becomes king, is called back by the proud people, humiliated to tears. Louis XVIII is proclaimed king May 3rd, 1814, but the people take up Napoleon from Elba, March 1st, 1815, thus breaking faith. Louis XVIII, Le Royal, is again recognized July 8th, 1815, the grandson of Louis XIV, Sang Émotion, a name conferred by Nostradamus on Louis XIV, who assumed the emblem of the sun, Émotion being son of Aurora, who opens the gates of the morning sun. This grandson becomes now undisputed king. the humiliated French nation were calling him with tears. Century 10, quatrain 16, 1-236. Heureux, au règne de France, heureux de vie, ignorant, sans mortefeuille et rapine, par nom flatteur sera mis en vie, roi des robes, trop de fois en cuisine. Translation: happy in the kingdom of France, happy in life, free from blood, violent death, and angry rapine. He will have a flattering name and be an object of desire, a king retired, with too much faith in the kitchen. Here we are to take Louis XVIII as restored to the throne of France. His life passes happily, without violent experiences of blood, death, rage, or rapine. The flattering name was given to him of Désiré, that is prophetically hinted in the words, Il sera mis en vie. He will not devote sufficient attention to his public duties, so that he may be described as dérobé, retired or retained at home, and he will be too much addicted to enjoyments of the table, trop de fois en cuisine. The gastronomy was proverbial. The obesity consequent upon it made him grow inert, so that he gradually let the affairs of state drift without giving them due attention. Century 3, quatrain 96, 1-38. Chef de Foisson aura gorge coupée par le docteur du lemier et l'effrier, le fait portrait par ceux du mont Tarpé, Saturne en Léo 13 de février. Translation: a prince of Fasano shall have his throat cut by the keeper of his hounds and greyhounds. The attempt will be made by those of the Tarpeian rock, Saturn being in Leo on 13th February. Fasana is put by Synecdoche for Sardinia. A prince, therefore, of Sardinia shall be stabbed by the keeper of the kennel, instigated by republicans, when Saturn is in opposition to the sign of the lion, on February the 13th, 1820. Monsieur le Pelletier, who seems somewhat learned in the houses of the stars, says that Saturn was in opposition to, and not in conjunction with, Leo on this occasion. But Nostradamus leaves it open. The Tarpeian rock is figuratively employed to signify the mountain, or the demagogues and the republicans generally. The Mont Tarpeius was first named from murder, and was for ages a scene of murder. Tarpeia, who betrayed the capital to the Sabines, was crushed by their shields at the gate, and her father Spurius Tarpeius was thrown over the battlements by order of Romulus. Children ill-formed at birth were flung from its heights. It was better known as Capitolinus, so-called Capitoli, from the head of Ptolus found there when digging foundations for the temple of Jupiter, thus the place of the skull, a Golgotha from the beginning of Rome. Later on, criminals were sentenced to be thrown from it. Many of these deadly associations were, no doubt, present to the mind of Nostradamus, and made this mountain of death seem to him fit to foreshadow the death that should emanate from the French mountain. To dwell upon this is of physiological interest, as showing how very closely the natures of the poet and the prophet overlap each other, so that, as in the rainbow colors, there is no line to be drawn as to where one begins or another ends. They may be seen, but not severed. The Duc de Berry was the son of Marie Thérèse of Savoy, married to the Comte d'Artois, she being the daughter of Victor Amédée Trois, King of Sardinia. This Sardinian was to have ruled France, and with but one intervening, to have followed the Corsican in the occupation of the throne. Louvel, the murderer, stabbed him coming from the opera, and wore the king's livery at the moment of the attempt. The forecast is again wonderful in prefiguring every particular short of the names of the two individuals. The nationalities are given, the calling of Louvel, and the day of the month. If all this be chance, some harebrained few would prefer it to what they know of certainty. Century 5, quatrain 4, 1-40. Le gros mastin de cité de chassé sera fâché de l'étrange alliance, après au champ avoir leur sauf chassé le loup et l'ours se donneront déférence. Translation: the great mastiff chased from the city will be afflicted by the strange alliance. When the stag is driven to the fields, the wolf and bear will commence to mistrust each other. The Duc de Bordeaux is the great mastiff dethroned August the 9th, 1830, by Louis Philippe. In the dog days when the star Sirius is in opposition, Le Grand Chien, burning in the horizon, is a synonym for the Gros Mastin. The city, of course, is Paris. Charles X, who was fond of the chase, is turned from the great huntsman to the stag. The wolf is Louis Philippe, a name which lends itself to loup pas. The bear represents, according to M. Le Pelletier, la montagne in the assembly, because bears make their lair in the highest situations. We need not insist on this resemblance or characteristic pointed out by Le Pelletier. There are 6 quatrains devoted by Le Pelletier to the Duc de Bordeaux, the Henri V that was never to be, that royal prince whom all the princes should see to be heaven descended. But as we who are not royal have seen that nothing came of him, and that being now dead, nothing can come of him, we shall pass over the 6 quatrains in silence. The quatrains of Nostradamus lend themselves most kindly to elucidation once you find the clue, but they most persistently refuse to have a meaning read into them from without. Monsieur Le Pelletier has elaborated the meaning of the 6 quatrains about Louis Philippe with so much ingenious learning that we must give the whole of them and let the reader take them at his own valuation. Century 6, quatrain 84. Celui qu'on parte Claude ne peut régner, il fera tant par voie séductive que du corps l'angle le fera à régner, que contre roi fera sa perspective. Translation: He who will cause that the lame cannot reign in Paris, he will effect so much in his seductive way that from the short to long he will attain, who has brought to bear his deception against the king. The meaning of this is that Louis Philippe d'Orléans will cause the Duc de Bordeaux to be unable to hold the reins of government in Paris. The anagrammatic substitution of Sparta for Paris is doubly ingenious, inasmuch as Lycurgus at Sparta established a double kingship so called. Of course, the office could not be that of king at all, but there was the name if not the fact, and that suffices for this prince of dexterous and analogous Nostradamus. Louis Philippe will achieve this by ways of seduction, and will usurp successfully his nephew's throne, à régner, putting himself in opposition, says Le Pelletier, to his lawful king. Faire sa perspective, he renders opposition. I do not think this is the meaning of the phrase. There is an extract from Fontenelle, I cannot refer to it in his works at present, in which he speaks of a perspective that will make an emperor or a beggar out of the same figure, according to the point of view from which you regard it. That is an optical illusion. Descartes in his L'Homme mentions the pictures placed at the end of corridors to cheat the eye agreeably, and adds, l'exemple des tableaux de perspective montre combien il est facile de s'y tromper. And then there were those perspectives that Holbein and his contemporaries used to introduce into their pictures of a skull or death's head so painted that you could not quite tell what it was till you reached the right point of view, when it would suddenly contract and draw its elongated self together to a true skull by a process the reverse of foreshortening. By the word sa perspective, I conceive that Nostradamus meant that Louis Philippe brought his deception to bear against the king. Century 5, quatrain 69, 1 250. Plus ne sera le grand en faux sommeil, l'inquiétude viendra prendre repos sur ses phalanges d'or azur et fermille, subjuger Afrique la ranger jusqu'à os. Translation: Le Grand will pretend no longer a false sleep. His disquietude will now lull itself in security, arrange his army under gold, blue, and red, subjugate Africa, gnawing it to the very bone. Louis Philippe, now king, and so become Le Grand, says M. Le Pelletier, though as applied to the individual it looks quite like a misnomer, will now unmask his designs and take his repose in security. He will adopt the tricolor of the Revolution and complete the conquest of Algeria, Pellissier roasting the refugees in caves to the very bone. Everything but the word grand justifies the interpretation to a nicety. Century 1, quatrain 39, 1 251. De nuit dans l'acte le suprême astrange pour avoir trop séjourné blanc est lu par toi, l'empire s'abrogé, exanclé, amort maître carte et paquet neller. Translation: When France shall be dominated by three parties, the last of the family shall be strangled at night in bed for having lent too much to the fair Capet, put to death because the paper and packet were not read. When France is dominated by three alternately Orleanists, Republicans, Bonapartists, the Prince de Bourbon Condé, last of his race, shall be strangled at night in his bed for desiring to follow in the suite of the Duc de Bordeaux. A new will, duly sealed up, in favor of the Bourbon, but not read, is the cause of his death. The not read means not read by the Duc de Bordeaux, in whose favor it was drawn. The Baron de Fouché, whose interests were allied to those of Louis Philippe, defeated this by the murder. Monsieur le Pelletier acquits Louis Philippe of complicity in the crime, but he remarks that the interest of the Baronne was incidentally that of the king. Her crime was incited by the desire to do away with the new will, by which she would be a heavy loser. It is curious that Garon Sierre considers this quatrain to have been fulfilled in Philip II of Spain, who had his own son Don Carlos strangled in bed. The coincidence of the name Philip is singular, but the remaining two lines he does not attempt to interpret. Century 8, quatrain 42, 1, 253. Par avarice, par force et violence, viendre vexer les siens, chef d'Orléans, près Sainte-Mamire, assaut et résistance, mort dans sa tente, tyran qu'il d'Orléans. Translation: By cupidity and abuse of power, force, and violence, the chief of Orleans will come to vex his own near Saint Mamire. Resistance will be made. Dead in his palace, he will ever after sleep. Avarice was always the fault of Louis Philippe. By extortion and abuse he raised resistance at Saint-Marie, and in and near the church he forced the Republicans to submission. D'Orléans, a play upon the name, never again showed energy, but slept asleep as of death in his palace, dans sa tente. The insurrection that was quelled took place on June the 5th and the 6th, 1832. Century 9, quatrain 89, 1, 254. 7 ans sera Philippe, fortune prospère, rabat il sera des Arabes l'effort, puissant, midi perplexe, ribord affaire, jeune augmiant, abysmera son fort. Translation: 7 years will Philip's fortune prosper well. He will defeat every effort of the Arabs. In his embarrassed middle period all goes against the grain. Young Augmian will overwhelm his fort. Fortune will favor Louis Philippe for the first 7 years. He will repress the Arabs, but in the middle of his reign the Eastern question will spring up and cover him with disgrace. This culminated July the 15th, 1840. For the next 7 years all will go against the grain, and the new republic, Jean Augmian, will overturn his throne and his Bastille, the Paris he thought he had so strongly fortified. Garon Sierre again introduces Philip II of Spain, and there seems to exist some analogy between these two kings. The Spaniard also was prosperous for some 7 years, and in the person of his brother, Don Juan of Austria, beat the Turks in the battle of Lepanto. Garon Sierre reads barbares for Arabs. Later on he had to put his son to death, and was opposed by young Augmian, the king Henri IV of France and Navarre. Century 5, quatrain 92, 1, 255. Après le siège tenu 17 ans, 5 chargeront ont révolu terme, puis sera lent aslu de mesme temps, qui les Romains ne sera trop conforme. Translation: After the throne has been held for 17 years, 5 shall change. When that term is run out, then at the same time one shall be elected, who will not be very conformable to the wishes of the Romanists. After the reign of Louis Philippe, during 17 years, 5 of his sons lost the throne with himself, and with much maneuvering have never been able to reapproach it. They were the Comte de Paris, representative of Chartres, Duc de Nemours, Joinville, Montpensier, and Duc d'Aumale. The election that followed was that of Louis Napoleon, whose mixed or bad policy suited neither the Revolutionary Party nor the Roman Catholics. There is nothing here but the 17 years to connect this with Louis Philippe, for the 5 who changed with the revolt would be 6 if Louis Philippe himself were counted, and he certainly ought to be. The concluding 2 lines are very vague, and may or may not belong to Louis Napoleon. I merely cite it as one of the ingenuities of M. Le Pelletier. Here are 3 prophecies cited relating to the Duc de Chartres, which seem fairly well interpreted, and very wonderful they would be if they stood alone or related to any one whose fate was of any importance in the opening scroll of history. All the little interest of Louis Philippe is centered in himself, and therefore I omit the 3 quatrains relating to his son, not because they are not curious, if rightly interpreted, of the son, but that even supposing them to be so, the Duc de Chartres is a person and a character not deserving of serious mention in history. The gossip of a barber's shop in Nostradamus's own day would be even more interesting to any rational investigator of human affairs. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Oracles of Nostradamus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Republic 1848 and Napoleon III, Section 25. Century 9, Quatrain 5, 1 to 61. Tiers doigt du pied au premier semblera à un nouveau monarque de bas haut, qui pise et Luc tyran occupera, du précédent corriger le défaut. Translation. The third shall be a stepping stone to the throne, to a new monarch, from low position to the top. He will, as tyrant, have taken a military post in Tuscany, and will seek to correct the defects of his predecessor. Notes on the translation. Tiers, pour le tiers état, the third order now claiming to govern itself. The third estate will serve as a toe of the foot to the first rank, a stepping stone to place. De bas haut, for de bas en haut, elevated from a low to a higher and conspicuous position. Lucca and Pisa stand for all Tuscany, where in 1831 Louis Napoleon and Charles Bonaparte, his elder brother, had with one cannon, served by himself and a few Italian partisans, possessed himself of Civita Castellana in the Pontifical States. The National Assembly of 1848 shall serve as a foot to Louis Napoleon to step from private life into a conspicuous position. He had in his youth been concerned in the revolution of Tuscany, and purposed correcting the defect of his predecessor. This might mean that he purposed to guide France better than Louis Philippe had done, or than in 4 years the Republic had done, or, which is most probable from his idée napoléonienne, to carry to completion the policy of his uncle, Napoleon I. I cannot think it refers to Napoleon II, Duc de Reichstadt. The entire application of the quatrain is neither very clear nor very important. The quatrain on Cavaignac, I think, is hardly made out satisfactorily, so I omit it. Century 8, Quatrain 43, 1 to 65. Par le décide de 2 choses bastards, neveu du sang occupera le règne. Dedans lecteurs seront des coups de dard. Neveu par peur pliera l'enseigne. Translation. By the fall or ruin of 2 bastard things, the nephew by blood will occupy the empire. In lecteur there will be deaths by arrow. The nephew will fold up his standard for very fear. Notes on the translation. Latin decidium, a word not of classical usage, signifying ruin or fall. Romance, sang, is family. Latin, regnum, empire. Lecteur is a town in France in the department of Gers. Garancière adopts the variant Lectoure, which he says is a town in Gascony. The word occurs again century 712, and there he says it is a city of Guyenne. Lectora was the Latin name. It was a place of great strength and picturesque, but unless we can find it to be an anagram, there is nothing to connect the town in any way with the fortunes of Louis Napoleon. By the overthrow of Louis Philippe and the Republic, two bastard governments, Louis Napoleon will now succeed to the throne, a nephew by blood of Napoleon Bonaparte, and what is not generally known, he was the only one of the Bonaparte family born in the palace of the Tuileries. In battle afterwards at Lectoire, coup de dard must be taken simply as battle. The nephew will furl his standard through fear. Writing in 1866, M. Lepelletier particularly remarks that the epoch is left undetermined, and as to the enigma of Lectoire, nothing can be known till the event has transpired. It may then be interpreted, he thinks, in some of the idioms known to Nostradamus, Greek, Hebrew, Latin, Celtic, Languedoc, etc. He considers the standard to present a further enigma, and asks, what standard? This difficulty I do not quite recognize, the imperial standard that is adopted by him, whatever it may be. To furl a standard is to close and shut it up, so that no one will rally to it any more. It symbolizes that the cause it represents is brought to the ground finally, and that it is no longer flying. As to the word lecteur, we now know that if it is to be interpreted at all, it will have to be found in connection with Sedan, the noblest reminiscence connected with which is that it was the birthplace of that great soldier and greater man, Marshal Turenne. He may well be called La Gloire de Sedan, whilst as appropriately may Napoleon the Little be designated as Sedan de la Gloire, with that furled ensign, qu'il par peur pliera. Note: the word pliera is of course only an archaic transposition of pliera. The line here can in no way be made to scan, being 2 syllables or 1 whole foot short. I would suggest it be read Nepveu du sang par peur pliera l'enseigne. After much difficulty and searching, I have at last come upon 2 old maps, printed at Amsterdam by Blaeu, the one dated 1620 and the other 1650, styled Les Souverainetés de Sedan. In both of these the embattled town of Sedan is given as seated on the right bank of the river Meuse, whilst on the left bank is shown an extensive territory named Grand Torcy and Petit Torcy. In another map it is given as Torcy. These maps give no indication of the points of the compass, but from another map indicating them, the river bend on which the town is seated appears to run from east to west, and if so, Torcy lies south or southwest of Sedan. In a more modern map it appears as Le Grand Torcy, and is described as lying sur la route impériale de Mézières à Sedan. Evidently, therefore, we are entitled to place Le Torcy at Sedan. The French must determine for themselves by their military bureau whether the French camp was pitched in the meadows of Le Torcy, but nothing can alter the great fact, as now for the first time made plain, that the Nepveu du sang furled his standard forever at Sedan, or Lectoire, as the oracle gives it. Now Lectoire is the precise anagram, letter for letter, of Le Torcy, though the commoner spelling is without the second E, Le Torcy. If we are to reckon this as being a chance coincidence, my only further comment will be that such chance as this is quite as miraculous as any miracle in the world could be. As regards the words Nepveu du sang, there was a caricature very popular in France at the time of the candidature for the French presidency, consisting of 2 pictures. In one, the Prince de Joinville was commending himself to the French people for election, having the young Comte de Paris by the hand, and saying, "I am the uncle of my nephew." On the other side, Louis Napoleon presses his suit by pointing to a statuette of Napoleon Bonaparte, and uttering the words, "I am the nephew of my uncle," showing how characteristically Nepveu du sang designates Prince Louis Napoleon. He may almost be said to have chosen it himself as a cognomen. Century 8, Quatrain 44, 1 267. Le procrier naturel d'Aumignon, de 7 à 9 du chemin d'Estournay, à roi de longue amie et au moyen, doit en avoir fort de peau prosternée. Notes. Augmion has been explained already to be the symbol of the French Republic. Ami au instead of ami et au in the third line. My homme, Le Pelletier says, is demi-homme, a man of low birth, and roi de longue égale de vieille race. I prefer to read de longue vie and understand the King of Prussia, and my homme I take to be the bivalve man or Bismarck. I propose here to make the meaning as clear as I can without a translation. Napoleon III, le procrier, the natural offspring of the French Republic, Augmion, will turn from the right road for 7 or 9 years before his fall. Le Pelletier interprets this otherwise. He says that the war in Italy began in the 7th year of the Empire, 1869, and from that date, throughout the 9 following years, he changed his policy. I think the line means that from 7 to 9 years before the end of his reign he changed his policy. That is to say, from 7 years previous to the close of his reign, when Charles Auguste Louis, Duc de Morny, died, i.e. in 1865. And even for 2 years previously to that, things took a different turn. De Morny no longer exercised active control, and his was the head that had guided all along. When he died, all ran to destruction. The Roi de Longue and his friend, my homme, Le Pelletier states to be Victor Emmanuel and Garibaldi, one of the long race and one of low birth, the tallow smelter. I think it is Frederick William, de longue vie, and Bismarck, the bivalve man, which it becomes if we read it as my homme. I have a great idea that Navarre is a misprint for le nephew. Whether fort de Pau may mean with his health re-established by staying at Pau or not, I cannot say. But anyhow, I think that the last 2 lines are to be read together, and that he is to prostrate himself to the king and his friend. Louis Napoleon's whole reign must be represented as a failure if you read it with Le Pelletier. Mine makes it a failure during the last 7 to 9 years. My king and friend bring about the catastrophe far below the date that his will do. My emendation to le nephew certainly clarifies the meaning. The explanation of Pau is not quite so comprehensible as I could wish. Had ham been a variant, it would have spoken for itself. The Quatrain 53 of Century 8, which I have already explained as the flotilla of Napoleon Bonaparte, M. Le Pelletier fixes as the ludicrous Boulogne expedition of Louis Napoleon, and the Italian campaign after he became emperor, but I think he entirely fails in reading the symbols. Century 5, Quatrain 8, 1 270. Sera laissé feu vif, mort caché, dedans les globes horrible, épouvantable. De nuit à classe, cité en poudre lâchée, la cité à feu, l'ennemi favorable. Translation: Live fire, hidden death, shall be left in bombs, a horrible and frightful thing. By a band at night the city shall be fired with powder. The city seems on fire. It helps, though intended to destroy. Notes on the translation. The Latin word classis is a band. A class is by a band. It might be better here to render classe as crash, a Greek word, brisure. De nuit la classe, a crash by night. Fulminating mercury, feu vif, in bombs, in terrible explosion, contains death hidden. The city, Paris, will be startled with powder liberated, lâché or loosed, by assassins at night. The city will seem on fire, but the enemy, in spite of himself, will prove favorable to Napoleon. This, of course, is Orsini's attempt of January 14th, 1858. The next verse follows up the thread. Century 5, Quatrain 9, 1-71. Jusqu'au fond, la grande arc démolue par chef captif, l'ami anticipé, naîtra de dames francs, face chevelue, l'or par astuce, duc à mort attrapé. Notes. Latin for arca, chest or dam. Latin demolitus, demolished. Latin antecaptus, seized beforehand. Latin dux or leader. Translation. When the peristyle is thoroughly demolished by the chief prisoner, the friend being taken before, a plot born of the woman, long beard and hairy face, then by cunning the leader caught will be executed. The peristyle, la grande arc, of the opera shall be completely shattered. Pierry, the friend of Orsini, the chief captive, is seized beforehand by Hébert, head of the detective service, who recognized him in the crowd. The plot was conceived in the secret lodges of the demagogy, de dames, whose members wear the beard and long hair. Orsini, the leader of the whole, will be surprised astutely by the confessions of Gomez at the restaurant Broggi, whither he had fled, and being taken will be sentenced to death. I do not feel very confident as to this interpretation, but give it much as I find it in M. Lepelletier. Century 5, Quatrain 10, 1-72. Un chef celtique dans le conflit blessé, auprès de cave, voyant sien mort abattre, de sang et plaies et d'ennemis pressés, et secours par inconnus de quatre. Translation. The Celtic chief is wounded in the strife, seeing death strike down his friends near the theatre, surrounded with blood and wounds, and pressed by enemies, he escapes the 4 assassins by unknown aid. Notes. Latin unus, the first. Latin cavea, theatre. Romance incogneus, unknown. The 4 were Orsini, Pierry, de Rudio, and Gomez. The emperor, slightly struck in the eye by a fragment of glass, shall see his people strewn in death about the entrance of the Grand Opera. Pressed by the conspirators, 4 in number, he will receive unknown help, whether of angels or pure spirits, M. Lepelletier cannot quite say. We now know that he had still to see Sedan, but it would be curious if pure spirits had interested themselves greatly to protect the cold-blooded murderer of the Champ de Mars and coup d'État. Century 6, Quatrain 4, 1-73. Le second chef du règne Danemark, par ceux de Frise et l'île britannique, fera dépendre plus de 100,000 marques. Vint exploiter voyage en Italique. The second of the Napoleonic race in power will cause England and Hanover to expend 100,000 marks in fortifications and war material. Fearing invasion after the Orsini effort, he will then exploit the Italian campaign, though vainly, as he will not reap the results he looks for. This corresponds so clearly with what happened that probably most will agree that it is a very remarkable forecast. Century 3, Quatrain 37, 1-74. Avant l'assaut, l'oraison prononcée, vilain prince d'aigle par embûche dessus, muraille antique par canon enfoncé, par feu et sang à merci peu reçu. Translation. Before assault, a harangue is pronounced. Lombardy is taken by the eagle, being cut off by ambuscade. An ancient wall driven in by cannon, fire and blood, but little mercy shown. Notes on the translation for Century 6. Frise is Hanover. The Latin word dependere, to weigh out or spend. M. Lepelletier calculates that the golden mark was equal to 250 grams, or 100,000 marks, or 10 million francs. From Century 3, Latin, Oratio, harangued. Romance, prince or prix is taken. Latin, decisus, to cut off. Before the declaration of war, the emperor will pronounce, January 1st, 1859, in the presence of the diplomatic corps, a threatening discourse against Austria. Lombardy, Milan, part for the whole, will be ceded by Austria at the Treaty of Zurich, October 17, 1859. Austria, an old wall, will yield to cannon, fire, and blood. Century 5, Quatrain 20, 1 275. De là, les Alpes, grande armée passera. Un peu devant naîtra monstre vapin. Prodigieux et subit, tournera le grand Toscan à son lieu plus propin. Translation. A great army will pass beyond the Alps. A little before, a prodigious scamp will come to power. He will drive the Grand Duke of Tuscany to his nearer home with astounding suddenness. Notes on the translation. De là for au-delà, Italian vapa or scamp. Il tournera for il fera tourner. Latin propinque, at hand or near, and Latin subito, suddenly. In 1859, Napoleon III's army will pass the Alps. A little before, a prominent scamp will have come to the front, who will suddenly and in a most startling fashion drive the Grand Duke of Tuscany to seek refuge in Austria, son lieu le plus propin. We have to note here that Nostradamus, whenever he emerges from the impassibility of the secret étude, it is to exhibit a profound hostility to the genius of democracy and revolution. There is therefore little doubt but that the powerful epithet here employed of the monstre vapin relates to the red-shirted Garibaldi. We have now reached the point which covers the last of the oracles of Nostradamus that commentary has yet been able to lay before the world with its meaning rendered transparent by the correspondence of interpretation with an event in history. The number of such correlations of occurrence with forecast falls immensely short of the number of the quatrains themselves, in fact only about 151 out of 1,000. The rest give no scintillation as yet, but lie without sign of existence traceable, dead as a flint, till the iron stroke of time's heel shall develop the spark. Latiat scintillula forsan. 1 or 2 presages and 2 or 3 sixains have been also resolved. Enough, we trust, has been opened up to show what a treasure house it is that we have entered into, how rich in curiosity, if in nothing more. What may still lie perdu in the bulky remainder of 850, it is impossible to say, whether, though unidentified, they have been realized already, or are yet to bud in the future. If nothing more be ever done with Nostradamus than this book gives, still the work must for one reason or other hereafter stand out as the most wonderful book of its kind that was ever written or printed in this world. It has now to go forth and take its chance, good or evil, of notice or of neglect, amongst the mass of printed matter, largely rubbish, that deluges our life. It is certainly calculated, so far as it can secure any attention whatever, to severely shock the prejudices now prevalent amongst mankind. The half-educated will find it troublesome to read, and disturbing, perhaps, to think about, whilst the scientific may even denounce it as a locust cloud of darkness mediaeval in its tendency. Undoubtedly it must have the effect that Nostradamus, in his preface to his son, see page 50, says very graphically it will have, que possible fera retirer le front à quelques-uns. Although, as he says again, the forecasts may be clouded, they will be understood by men of sense, and they will grow clearer as ignorance dies out. See page 54, which should be our care now. To all objectors I rejoin, gentlemen, investigate, please, all the points in question as searchingly as you can. Find every fault in my work and in that of the other Nostradamic commentators that you can. Expose all that is weak or elusive, wherever you find it to be so. Let us see, then, how far all the learning and acuteness you can bring to bear, coupled with whatever established prejudice and its rancor at being disturbed in comfortable somnolency, can suggest to overthrow what other men heretofore, and I now, have taken so much pains to bring together and give shape to. Consciously I have not set down a single word with any other desire than that the truth should prevail, and if your criticism can establish the opposite, I shall still repeat, let truth prevail. But I do not think you can do this, and if not, there is only one other thing open to the learned and the wise that can be done, that is, to rewrite their philosophies so as to make room for the reception of this rather awkward piece of truth that has here got in the way of our old theories, and cannot be got out of the way again. To the really competent and candid reader, I have nothing whatever to add beyond begging him to refer back to the closing words of my preface, as to him they will be found to contain my whole and entire message. End of the 25th part of the Oracles of Nostradamus, read by Sandra.
Section 26 of Oracles of Nostradamus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oracles of Nostradamus by Charles A. Ward. Section 26, Appendix, referred to at page 178. The genuine and spurious portraits of Cromwell are numerous to such a degree that they may almost be called innumerable, for they can never be counted, as no one man can get at them all to reckon them up. Their main authority is said to depend upon the works of 4 artists, Lely, Cooper, Walker, Faithorn. Samuel Butler, the author of the ever-marvelous Hudibras, is thought to have painted a likeness, but it counts for nothing, as it is not now to be identified as existing in any collection. The first named 3 are painters. The 4th is a great engraver. In all these, Mr. Frederick Harrison professes to discover singular resemblance, Cromwell, page 32, but considers that Cooper's is the most successful of them all. I find the first to be a most misleading statement, and one that may be disproved by anybody who will compare Cooper's likeness, as given in Carlyle's Cromwell Letters, with the picture by Walker in the National Portrait Gallery. They differ in every particular, in character, feature, temperament, and conformation. Scarcely do they agree even in the wart. There is nothing to identify them as representing the same individual. Either Lely copied Cooper, or Cooper copied Lely, and they accordingly, of course, correspond with each other. But truth is too much sacrificed to flattery by both these courtly painters, for us to suppose that their work corresponds very accurately with the sitter. Such examples of Faithorn as are readily accessible in the print room at the museum convey no adequate idea of the man. Neither do they resemble Cooper, Lely, nor Walker's work. There is a profile print by Houbraken, an excellent performance, which is interesting as showing that both the chin and forehead receded greatly. There is also a very peculiar engraving of Thomas Simon's medal, which is very beautiful as a work of art. But here again the facial angle is simply villainous, with very mean diminutive eyes, and the dress almost clerical. The engraving from the Cooper at Sydney College gives the wart on the left brow instead of the right. From such discrepant things, it seems to me next to impossible to derive any correct notion regarding the face of Cromwell, except that the facial angle of the side face must have been unusually bad. Yet Mr. Harrison is able to express himself as follows, quote, "No human countenance recorded is more familiar to us than that broad, solid face, with the thick and prominent red nose, the heavy, gnarled brow, with its historic wart, eyes firm, penetrating, sad, square jaw, and close-set mouth, scanty tufts of hair on lip and chin, long loose brown locks flowing down in waves onto the shoulder, his whole air breathing energy, firmness, passion, pity, and sorrow." End quote. Carlyle's fancy version is given below. Quote, "Stands some 5 feet 10 or more, a man of strong solid stature and dignified, now partly military carriage. The expression of him valor and devout intelligence, energy and delicacy on a basis of simplicity. 54 years old, gone April last. Ruddy fair complexion, bronzed by toil and age. Light brown hair and mustache are getting streaked with gray. A figure of sufficient impressiveness, not lovely to the man-milliner species, nor pretending to be so. Massive stature, big massive head of somewhat leonine aspect, evident workshop and storehouse of a vast treasury of natural parts. Wart above the right eyebrow, nose of considerable blunt aquiline proportions, strict yet copious lips, full of all tremulous sensibilities, and also, if need were, of all fierceness and rigors. Deep loving eyes, call them grave, call them stern, looking from under those craggy brows as if in lifelong sorrow, and yet not thinking it sorrow, thinking it only labor and endeavor. On the whole, a right noble lion face and hero face." End quote. Carlyle, Cromwell Letters, Volume 2, page 435. This being derived from a falsity must itself be false. But is it not somewhat curious that friends and foes of Cromwell should alike sit down contentedly before this admirably executed miniature of Cooper's, without devoting a second thought to its representative value as a portrait of the man in question? Its artistic felicity should be as nothing to the historical inquirer. Taken as a mere portrait, this Cooper is as valueless as Veronese's presentment of Alexander the Great, or as any fancy portrait of Oliver would be, if sent in by some skilled modern hand to the next May show at Burlington House. Our sense of surprise increases when we come to remember that we possess an authentic original to go by, in the shape of a mask still extant that was taken at death. Historians draw up rigmarole pen and ink portraits of their own, but are all silent about this, or make only casual mention of it as the mask at the statuaries, just as though it corresponded in every particular with Samuel Cooper's exquisite pigment figment. Romanticists delight in colored detail gathered from history, and historians revel in romance when it saves them from searching into dry detail. In this case, historical gossip slips in to illustrate the stringent veracity of Cromwell. When Lely was to take his portrait, he is said to have ordered him to be faithful in representing every blemish and defect, to paint warts and all, or he would not be paid. Lely knew what this meant, and acted accordingly. All portrait painters flatter. They must, to secure a practice, but they ought to select the best aspect possible, for so far it is what it professes to be, a likeness. Now the strong point with your court painter is to throw in skilfully what is not there. In this Lely and Cooper have succeeded to admiration. Walker, in his several portraits, gives us another set of varieties. His picture in the Portrait Gallery, Granger, Biographical History, Volume 3, page 290, with Cromwell's son Richard as page tying on the father's scarf, has been finely engraved by Pierre Lombard. In this picture, which is a little wooden, we get an average-looking gentleman going to battle, a man we should have to look at 3 or 4 times before we should individualize him at all in the memory. Mr. Nobody riding to nowhere particular is the impression derived. Of the engraving, however, Evelyn says, and he knew Cromwell perfectly well, quote, that it gives the strongest resemblance of him. End quote. He therein physiognomically discovers, quote, characters of the greatest dissimulation, boldness, cruelty, and ambition in every stroke and touch. End quote. I can say nothing of this, for I have not seen the Lombard engraving. The picture does not convey the idea. How pliantly subservient art was in those days is well illustrated in another Cromwell engraving by the same Lombard. This artist had done, after Van Dyck, a Charles on horseback, from which he erased the face and substituted that of Cromwell. The slender figure of the king had to do duty for the heavy-built brewer of Huntingdon. But times change, and we with them. So Peter reinstated the king. There must be impressions of this turn-face print in its 3 states, for no doubt copies were sold at every stage. The king is dead, God save the protector is dead, God save the king. The dead lion is never so good for the crowd as the live ass, irrespective of the latter creature being far more representative, a quality much sought after in modern governors. There is a portrait of Cromwell affixed to Isaac Kimber's Life of Oliver Cromwell, which he published anonymously, Granger, Volume 3, page 297. This is pronounced in the letters of Mr. Hughes to be most like the authentic family pictures of Cromwell. Vertue engraved it in 1724 for Rapin's History of England, and when Granger wrote, the picture was in the possession of Sir Thomas Frankland of Old Bond Street. I suppose this to be still in the hands of the Frankland Russells of Chequers Court, who also possess a plaster cast of Cromwell's face. By the courtesy of the family, I have been permitted to examine this, but it seems to me of no value, and it has no history. We come now to the terracotta bust by Edward Pierce, which is in the National Portrait Gallery, said to be taken from life. Pierce was an artist in the 2nd generation. His father, of the same Christian name, was a painter and assistant of Van Dyck. Our Edward was trained for a statuary, and became the pupil of Edward Bird. He also acted as assistant to Sir Christopher Wren, and is said to have built St. Clement Danes under him. He did a bust of Wren for the theatre at Oxford, and also one of Newton. He died at Surrey Street in the Strand, and was buried at the Old Savoy. This bust of Cromwell was, to all appearance, modelled by him from a cast taken from life, and must therefore, as to measurement and bulk, be of life size. I was kindly permitted by Mr. George Scharf of the National Portrait Gallery to take the dimensions of this bust by measurement, but practically they are not very useful, inasmuch as the head has a great abundance of short curly hair, which of course in terracotta becomes perfectly solid, and thereby increases the circumference of the head by many inches. The circumference, hair and all, at his brow is 28 2/8 inches. Nape of neck to frontal bone, where it unites with nose, 15 4/8 inches. Breadth from ear to ear, at level of the central hole of each ear, as near as can be approximated, 6 2/8 inches. This last measurement is, I believe, correct, but it is a dimension that only a large forceps could take with perfect certainty. It is so small, however, that I feel sure that the other two dimensions must be very far from giving the true osseous formation, so that several inches will have to be allowed off them for the hair. Again, the measurement between the tip of nose and back of head, 9 5/8 inches, would also require that deductions be made for a wad of hair at the back. This measurement, when reduced, and coupled with the third measurement given, indicates an undersized skull for a broad-built man of 5 feet 11 in stature. As for the physiognomy, the nose, though far from fine, is somewhat aquiline, and the best of all the features of the face. The forehead is low, ill-formed, and mean. The mouth firm, cruel, deceitful. The jowl and chin sensual and gross, almost to brutality. It is the face of a man of low passions, possibly ambitious, but of great duplicity, of a low-bred type, the type as of one sprung from a lower stratum of society than his history indicates him to have sprung from. And you may readily suppose that in exchanges of coarse buffoonery with the roughest trooper of his corps, he would have been quite within his own province and at home. His mother's portrait shows her also to have been a very masculine, coarse-featured woman. It is well perhaps to mention here a bust that Gross, in a letter to Granger in 1774, calls a masterly and spirited bust of Oliver Cromwell by one Bonnier. It was then in Mr. Gosling's collection. He says it is like that engraving given in Rapin's History. I imagine it, therefore, to be a fancy rendering, and of very small historic value. The expert historians, and of course the general public together with them, are perfectly satisfied with the Cromwell presented to them by Samuel Cooper. I confess that I think it a most laughable presentment, and of quite impossible credence. I do not think Pierce's bust to be satisfactory, but I most certainly consider that it is the only likeness I have had the opportunity of examining that conveys even a hint of what can be supposed to be the real appearance of the man. There is but one way now remaining to settle this question. It is very much to be regretted that, with so much pretense of a desire for historical accuracy, we should have allowed 250 years to elapse without making the least attempt to settle this question. We learn from Breval's travels that at the old palace at Florence there is a cast preserved of Oliver Cromwell. The mold was obtained from Cromwell's face a few minutes after his decease, through the dexterous management of the Tuscan resident in London. This, or a cast from it, ought immediately to be secured for our National Portrait Gallery. A copy of it would cost very little in either time, money, or trouble to secure, and when secured, 3 or 4 should be cast in bronze and placed in different museums so that one fire could not destroy all of them at once. I feel almost sure that it will be found to confirm the bust of Pierce as being more like Cromwell than anything else that we possess. And further, as Pierce's work is by no means a grand achievement in the sculptor's art, I should hope to find in the Florence cast characteristic indications that are absent from Pierce's work. Grandeur of soul is incompatible with such a face as Pierce gives us. But I confess that I see no grandeur whatever that could be expressed by a man whose history is that of Oliver. His base success the world may worship if it will. I despise success if it must be obtained by Cromwell's methods. I observe that the great in history are always mean in fact, and I well know that you must say to all the men who have been triumphant, "Let no probing moralist come near you." Pitiable and contemptible is the man who can envy the great in the greatness of their crimes. I do not expect that the cast, if procured, will make the reading any better for Cromwell, but if it should, I am quite ready to give him all the advantage of it. At present, I hold that the face is villainous like the man. Duciter unco spectandus gaudent omnes, quae labra, quis illi vultus erat, nunquam, si quid mihi credis, amavi hunc hominem. Juvenal, Satire 10, 66. Still, love or no love, we have reached the end, and if we should confirm Pierce, the flesh and bones of the man thus revived will also confirm the epithets of Nostradamus, which first induced me to enter upon this investigation. End of section 26, Appendix. End of Oracles of Nostradamus by Charles A. Ward.